Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
I very much wish that John Bishop was in the studio for the discussion just now of the pre-crossover, brought to you by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha.
I love the pre-crossover.
Wait a second. Is the pre-crossover brought to you by Everlevel?
Well,
crossover.
No.
Nobody should sponsor the pre-crossover.
Nobody would sponsor
Not
that
today's.
conversation.
Not today's.
No. The real crossover is indeed brought to you by Everlevel. Thank you, Everlevel.
Yeah, John, you did miss out on, I think, one that you would have very much enjoyed.
A lot.
I think you would have had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
All right. Three guesses.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Perfect.
By the way, I'm picking Spotlight today.
Oh, we got to nail these scumbags.
Let's go.
I told Paige that, by the way, and she didn't know anything about it. And I said, I don't know anything either. She looked it up, and her words were, Jesus.
Yep.
She included the C at the end, too.
Yeah, JC?
Yeah.
All right, John, what are your guesses?
Is it related to broadcast industry gossip?
No.
No.
No, good guess,
Good
though.
guess. Good guess. Good guess.
That,
Good
yeah.
context clues based off of
Though
things.
she's more of a writer, but yes, that's fair.
Yeah, nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
that's fair.
Well, then is it just media-related gossip?
No.
No. So that's two guesses. You
It
only
all
have
feels
one
pretty concrete.
Only got one guess to go.
Yeah, you that was a waste.
I
of
do
guess.
love media gossip, though.
I do too.
Both national and local.
Love some hot goss.
Yeah, and as Josh says, they would be right most of the time.
Mhm.
That's what most of the
Yes, most of
topics
our
are.
yes, it's a lot of industry stuff.
Mhm.
Like, have you subscribed yet?
Mhm.
We're always like,
and
yep,
subscribe.
I like
We
subscribing.
got one big guess left, Josh.
Well,
Oh,
now
John.
you said the first one was a good guess.
Well, that's a good guess, just because that's always
Yeah, you're not in the ballpark,
Oh,
really.
I
No.
see.
It's like a
You weren't
foundational
actually
guess.
giving a hint there.
no.
Well, let's check off the obvious ones.
Check off?
that it won't be because they're too easy.
Okay,
Mr. H.
correct.
No.
Yep.
You are correct.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
if you think about it, it's a bit adjacent, right?
No,
No?
it is not a bit adjacent.
Well, what are we talking? Are we talking about the
Part
topic
one
that
or
you
part
guys
two?
butted heads on? Or are we talking about the topic of that led us to that?
Well, both. I would allow if he guessed the latter one, I'd be blown away.
That would be amazing.
That John could guess 100 guesses
yeah.
and wouldn't
You'd
get
be
any.
blown away.
Nice. He wouldn't get anywhere near it. Nice, Nick.
Oh man.
Does it have to do with any kind of?
Is this your final guess?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta be specific. Just go for it.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I can be specific, but does it have to do with any kind of historic tragedy?
No.
No,
Okay.
no, it doesn't.
Then
Kind
I
of
guess
surprising
I've
he didn't really
exhausted
get in the region.
He
There.
didn't even get warm. In fact, his last guess, cold.
Yeah.
He like moved away.
Yeah, it got colder. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes me think it actually was something to do with that. Josh is trying to call off the scent.
Wrong.
So that it doesn't make the guys look bad off the.
No. Nick is the only one who would look bad off the air for what happened.
Oh.
Okay.
So you were
Correct.
talking about the death of Kissinger again.
No, that makes Nick look good.
Nick would look bad.
Very bad.
To-
he might
to
lose.
some,
He might
yeah.
lose one of his cards.
Oh yeah.
One of his cards. They'd
No.
say, "That's how you feel. Give me that card, sir."
Wow.
I mean, I think it's more of a case of ignorance than being a bad person.
Interesting.
And now I know.
Pleading
And now I
ignorant.
won't make the mistake again.
Nick is
A
pleading
Nick fact.
ignorant.
I plead Nick facts.
Nick facts. Were
It
there
was
any
but
Nick,
a Nick
were,
fact.
No, I
Were
was
there any
being
Nick
ignorant.
facts?
I was wrong. I was
were
being
there any
ignorant and I
Nick
was wrong.
facts that were given during
Yes, that was what led
pre-crossover.
into the last bit right
I
before,
see. Okay.
where Happer, I do think I could see in his eye, debated, should we just keep this convo going on the air?
I kind of wanted to. I wanted
Yeah.
to see where it went.
Could have gotten close. Could have gotten
Oh
close.
boy, Nick's trying to talk about lovemaking techniques. Great.
Ooh, now we're getting
In the
warmer.
ballpark.
Now we're
Ah.
getting warmer. Now we're getting warmer.
In the ballpark.
He's excited. Johnny's getting excited. His wedding day is approaching by the minute. His first time.
I can't
His
wait.
First time. It'll be a great time.
Incredible.
A fast time, but a great time.
I might be more prepared than you were because I've had the internet, not fuzzy TVs, my whole life.
Hey, shout out to fuzzy TVs though.
I learned a lot from fuzzy TVs.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It prepared me for the Oregon Iowa game last week.
You and your one best friend looking at a fuzzy TV.
I learned a lot from the commercials that were on some channels in between like 40 and 60.
Whoa.
You know, like
Yeah.
later
Oh, the
at
stuff
night.
that aired like between 1 and 4 p.m.
Yeah, I don't know when it was actually like it was the commercials for, you know, you could call and order some DVDs or some VHS.
I remember
about
those.
some things. Yeah.
Louisville's hottest women
Yeah,
are just
basically.
waiting for you now.
Oh, like the commercials you'd see at Comedy Central after 11 p.m.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember those
I
commercials.
like those
very well.
commercials.
Great commercials for a 14-year-old. Great commercials.
Just a split second.
Yep.
Just a split
Wow.
second.
Like this commercial would be cooler if they didn't have that weird shape in front of everything.
I always felt
I
that
think
way.
another good bit that we do on the crossover, maybe this is just my favorite thing. I don't know if anybody else likes it, but I like to tell you guys, or maybe you could guess what Nick was doing when I got here this morning.
Oh man.
Or like what Nick was doing in his office.
Because every now and then you do let me know, like Nick did blank or showed me blank today, and
it was
I'm like,
and
what?
it's usually random and funny.
Yeah.
What did I do this morning?
You're about to
So I have
find
to
out.
guess. We're guessing.
You could guess. I mean, I don't think you'll get it, but I found it to be interesting.
He was looking
watching-
up pennies.
He was rewatching the Kissinger funeral
He was
on TikTok.
He was looking at a map of Memorial Stadium on Google Earth
Oh yeah.
to find out where his seats were for the
On
Iowa
Google
game.
Earth?
Not to find out. So
On
first,
Google Earth.
On Google Earth.
Hold on.
That's the interesting part.
It absolutely is not the seating chart.
Not the seating
I-
chart that has like an interactive map where you can
I
click
have a
in
seating
and
chart.
and it shows you your view.
What's the defense?
Yeah.
What's the defense?
Yeah.
I looked at the seating chart first, found out what the section was and where I was. Then I went to Google Earth to see what it would look like from where I was.
That's what we're making fun of you for.
Yeah.
How would I know how it would look like otherwise?
There's
wanted to-
websites that do that. They do like view from your seat.
Yeah,
or
view
whatever.
from your seat.
Yeah,
and then you
it's-
get to see the view.
What's the difference?
Wait, it's
What's
an
the difference
actual.
between going to Google Earth and getting a general vibe? Because I didn't
Well,
care the exact location. I
Because
just
you're not
wanted to see the
clicking through to
general
another
area.
website. That's why. It's all contained in the first website of the stadium map.
Yeah.
If you're on the right map.
I don't think I
know.
was on the right map. I don't know. I was just bombarded and plastered with prices and numbers. I
Oh,
just
you
wanted to get
shouldn't
out
have
of
gone
there.
to 1958
But like on Google Earth, like you
huskerfootball.com.
can go down
It's-
to like
yeah,
what are you at field
he did,
level?
He did put the little guy on the field, and then
Yeah.
we realized that the still picture that they have of the field was from the first quarter of the 2016 Oregon game,
Oh, great game.
which was Nebraska's last ranked win, of course. And
And
that
they only update it when you win again another ranked game. So.
that's right.
Come on, Google Earth.
So
That's
that was sort of funny and a good offshoot to this.
Mhm.
But you weren't able to drop your guy
Where
in
you're
your-
actually
in
gonna
your-
be.
in your
Yeah,
section.
which is fine. I was curious if I could. I didn't think I'd be able to. But I just wanted to get the general vibe of the area because I've never been inside Memorial Stadium other
Well,
than that suite that
I,
one
I
time.
don't think you're
Unreal.
going to get the general vibe of the two overweight fans that are sitting to either side of you and are going to scrunch you in
Well-
like this, and the lack of
There's not going to be two overweight
No.
fans to either side of me. My fiance is going to be one of the people next to me, John.
Whoa, Karen.
that you know of.
what's
that
wrong
you know
with
of.
you?
Monster.
that
Now-
you know of.
Here's the thing. He will be sitting in some actual like
Seats.
no, they're not. I don't believe they're seats,
He
but
has
he's up in the 600.
Oh, on East Stadium?
Yeah.
That's where my parents sit.
Are they benches up there?
Yes, but they do have backs.
And,
which is
and there
nice.
is more space.
That
Way
is
more
nice.
space.
I like that. I like
Yeah,
the
there-
sound.
Those
of
are
that.
awesome seats.
Oh, this is
What
is,
section are you in, Nick?
I don't want to dox myself.
Oh my gosh, Nick! What is
Oh,
somebody
no
going to do?
one's
Come up and
gonna
say
know.
they're going to say hello to you.
They're gonna
oh my
trash
gosh.
talk me for being an Iowa
They're
fan.
going to do
they're
that
gonna
already because you're going to wear Iowa stuff.
And
Won't
They'd
you
be
wear-
less likely to throw stuff
It's
at you if they knew you were
606, I think.
606.
Well, that actually might be where my parents
Put it on
are.
Google Earth.
I will not do that, Happer. Wow, I just searched. You know what I did? I searched 606 Memorial Stadium and look at literally the first thing that shows up, but a view from the seat. Nick, you are insanely close to my parents. I swear they might be in 606.
Oh, nice.
Also, you could like literally, you didn't just think to Google that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Here's what it looks like, by the way.
It's pretty good.
Pretty sweet.
Cool.
Yeah.
Why does it spell out divas?
I don't know what halftime show that is.
I feel though that this is a bit
From Nick.
This is a bit unfair because as we have established
What's
before,
unfair?
Nick has only been to the stadium for a game and sat in the bougie seats. He has never had to sit with the plebes.
Mm-hmm.
Now he gets the better, newest section of the stadium where, sure, is it still a bench? Yes, but you get a back and you get leg room. He's not sitting in true Memorial Stadium, which is scrunched in, can't move.
South Stadium.
Passing runs us all the
There might be
You're
some
like
truth to that.
this.
He's got to watch it from South Stadium.
You haven't actually been to a Husker game unless you've sat in South Stadium.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
What do you think?
I've sat in South Stadium. It sucks.
I've sat in South
Yep.
Stadium. It
It's
sucks.
miserable.
Yep.
It sucked
Yep.
15 years ago and
Yeah,
20 years
It
ago.
will suck
Yep.
15 years from now.
Yep.
Maybe.
It'll suck.
What private equity
Private equity.
or whatever it is? Capital.
Yeah.
By the
I'm
way,
sure.
in the tunnel talk today, they were talking, not to make this sports, so just give me like 5
Ew.
seconds.
Okay.
But she wrote about private equity, and one of the things that a source said was like, yeah, and schools can use it for their rev share. And I was like, again, dumbest people.
That
If
is so dumb.
Yeah.
it is a line item forever. It would be
Yeah.
like our company saying, we're going to take a loan to pay our workers. Why would you do that? You're going to have to pay them again
correct.
Yeah.
forever. Anyway.
Forever.
All right, back to making fun of Nick.
Cool.
Cool. What else did we talk about this morning when I walked in? We always find ourselves. Oh, I remember. Under it will hit. With
Again.
this.
Whoa, you talked about
Designated
Mr.
Hitler.
H. That's one of John's guesses.
Oh, yeah, the song.
I saw the headline that apparently everybody else in the room had seen about Mr. H's.
Oh yeah, Nick told me about this. He has a ball, has
His-
one ball.
Yeah,
one
his
ball. I didn't
lowercase
know
h
about
and
that
singular
either.
ball.
One
Yeah,
ball.
I
And
didn't
then-
read the story.
And then I learned about a song that the Brits wrote,
From when?
and they were just roasting all of Mr. H's boys.
Wow, tough
And
look.
they put lyrics to it. And I said Hitler has one ball.
Wait, from the 40s they were doing this?
Shout
Wow,
out England.
I didn't think parody music was a thing. Back
Game
in
recognized
1940.
game.
Game recognized game.
Wow.
I
Parody.
mean, I
I
get
think
it. they were
parody
being
music has always
bum-
kind of existed.
Yeah, but
Oh.
you know, I don't think of it like I think of it today. But I guess it could be true. They were being bombed on a nightly basis back in the day. So
Yeah.
Who did the first
probably had a
parody
bit of
song?
a defiant. The Weird Al Yankovic
Wow.
of Britain in 1940.
What a great question, Happer.
Can-
Who did the first parody
Renaissance
song?
is what I'm seeing.
The Renaissance?
Back in the Renaissance era.
Wow, you love
They were
the
doing
Renaissance.
parody songs?
The earliest musical application of this Greek term was only in 1587 on the title page of a parody mass.
Only?
Wow,
Parody
if you're going to do a
mass?
parody song, do you want to do...
What?
Ignore me. Never mind.
Okay.
What year was this quoting?
1587.
The 16th century.
Wow, now we can say Nerg Live since 1957 or 1557 or whatever. 1597.
Wow, that's exciting.
Nerg Live, keeping the spirit alive since 15.
You'll get
See,
there.
I'm not even used
John,
to
are you
saying
okay?
15. I'm not even used to saying 15 something.
That's true.
1587.
Hmm.
Pretty good.
John's in jail, so he can't really think straight right now.
Mm.
Yeah, back in my prison cell.
You'll be leaving,
This
though,
is-
at some point
This
today.
is what happens when you lose by 27 on the road. You get sent to jail.
Oh, man.
Straight to jail.
What was your
Yep.
excuse last week, though, John? You hadn't lost by 27 yet.
Oh, I'm sure it had something to do with my broken arm. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the whole arm
You had to
thing.
pay a 2-game suspension for breaking your wrist on a lawnmower.
Classic
Yeah.
Greg McDermott.
Yeah.
Classic
Yeah.
Greg McDermott.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's that's one of them things,
Yeah.
So far, I've heard about it every night.
What?
Someone has made some reference
Oh my
about it
God.
every night.
I was gonna
We don't
say,
even bring it up anymore.
I was gonna say,
Well, yeah, but Guy was around you guys all the time. This is
Yeah, I
all
guess that's
still
true.
right.
exciting and new.
So I was actually going to say to you a few days ago, like, did you maybe miss that? Like the people who would make fun of you, the people inside the basketball program,
Yeah.
like,
Oh no,
they made fun of you when I saw them when it happened.
Yes.
When you were gone, and that they were like, "What in the hell is going on?" But
Great
they
question.
remembered. They don't forget.
no. These
In the words of Superbad, people don't forget.
these people never forget.
No, speaking of never forgetting, I think Chance is in the chat today too.
Hi, Chance.
Yeah. No. There's. Let's see. Well, I mean, it was referenced in both of the preseason games, but then on opening night, John Fanta was told, and so Fanta had a joke when I came over. That was the night I almost tripped over the wire. Max saw that, pointed
Oh
and
my
laughed.
gosh.
And then
Shemini Christmas.
and then when a brother of one of our staff members, who is a friend of the program, came over to meet us for drinks, he had wind of it, so we had to show off the scar, talk about it.
This will never
So,
die. And
Yeah.
well,
It-
what you
it
need to
never
do
ends.
is you need to trip again. That way people will remember the trip.
Oh, that's a great idea. You should, fall again right now, and then
I
we'll
have
talk
no
about
plans.
that fall.
I have no plans to trip again.
But you
If I
didn't
can
have
help
a
it.
fall.
You didn't have a wow, Nick. To be fair, you didn't have a plan to trip in April either.
No, I didn't.
You did.
And it
I did
changed-
not.
It changed.
A
everything.
sneaky underrated part of all of
I'm
this
sneaky.
is that I could blame Creighton baseball, because if they would have played a
Oh.
normal Saturday afternoon game instead of a Saturday night game, I would have not been mowing my lawn in the first place.
Whoa, that is a.
So I
great-
blame the Ed Service retirement tour in the night game on April, 26th, 27th,
That is a
for-
great point
for
John.
my accident.
Yep, that was. I was gonna pull
'Cause
up
I wanted to get a gas mow in.
three. That was that game.
What?
Yeah,
That was
get back in the dugout, Billy.
so. That was the day before.
That was the day before.
Whoa,
Mhm.
that is
No.
unreal.
It was Villanova. It was a Villanova series. I
Oh.
got hurt.
Oh, so it must have been. Oh no, yeah, because you had already had a broken wrist when you were doing the
When he yelled three.
when you
Yes.
yeah yeah
Yes.
never mind that.
Yeah, that was the drugs talking. Lots
You're
and lots
mad
of
at
drugs.
Billy O'Connor.
Shout out to Druggy John.
Tradition unlike any.
You're trying
other.
to tell us it's bad, and meanwhile he was pumped full of them back in
It's
April.
bad.
It was bad.
Yeah, tough look for you, John.
Yeah, it was a tough look, man.
Yeah,
Dave
It's okay.
says I blame Creighton for all of my misfortunes as well.
"Wow, all of them?
All of them.
Holy crap! Holy Chicago!
Chicago.
John is or Chicago's given John some misfortune over the years too, so that also makes sense.
Yeah, the Cubs hate you, John.
People forget about 03.
They
No,
do.
they don't.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Creighton's not lost to DePaul,
Thank God.
but once, right?
In 2015, right, John? The
Yeah.
bad
Yep.
year. The bad.
Was that on the
Imagine
road or
losing
was
to
that at home?
DePaul in
That was
any-
here.
Okay, so Chicago's been great
Whoa.
to John.
Yeah, Chicago's been good.
That was my last year of doing the pregame show, and man, those shows were
Those were
hard.
some lean times.
Yes, the year before, awesome and fun. That year, not painful, full of sadness.
Pain.
Yeah. Are they going to play close today? No problem. Well, they did though. They
played close a lot.
back half of the
Yeah.
year, every
Yeah.
game they lost, but it was very close.
They
So,
played close a ton.
Yeah, it was a very competitive team. They
Yeah.
just didn't win.
What was the game they lost to, John, around Christmas time, like North Texas or something?
North
like that?
Texas. That was
Oh,
the game
that game.
before the winter break. And
That was the game we officially realized. Because remember they had beaten Oklahoma.
Beat
beat
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Like
yeah.
randomly got mega hot from three.
I
Yeah.
almost broadcast that game as the voice of the Blue Jays because John was going to be out of the country.
What?
But then the trip changed. He was going to go to Canada.
That's right.
And so John, like, he taught me through the tie line and all these things. And I was like, cool, I'll call the game. And then he was like, never mind, I'm not going to Canada anymore.
How do you just cancel a trip to Canada?
That's how John.
Well,
maybe
when
they
you're-
didn't want him.
When your son's numbers weren't conducive to travel,
he wasn't able to fly.
he,
Yeah.
medically, he wasn't medically cleared.
Mm-hmm.
So it waited until April, I believe it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was April
Okay, well that makes
of
sense.
the following spring.
Yeah.
But yep. Yeah, that was interesting times too.
Jake says crossover topic and kind of a dumb debate question related to John's arm. John, how long would you say your injury lasted from start to finish? I'm sure you still have doctor's appointments and such, but you're probably 99% now. So how long until you were back to 95%, which is wild to think that in about 4 months after that injury, you were back to normal.
Yeah, fascinating. Great question.
Well, shoot.
I'd say by football season, you were fairly normal, right?
I mean, you took off the cast like in weeks.
That's true. Maybe to the chagrin of the doctor.
Probably.
Yeah.
No. They were fine with it.
Remember his pillow?
Shoot. Well, I had my last rehab.
Pillow.
My last rehab was in early October, late
That's May,
September.
October.
Late September.
Okay.
I think was my last rehab.
I forgot that it ever even happened by probably August.
Yes.
Like, I don't know. Definitely by the start of the football season.
Yeah. I think when it got normal was when John started wearing a watch again.
Oh,
because like his
that's when he
left
got
arm
the
is
new watch too, right?
His left arm is closest to me, so like it was really weird at first. Like, where's the watch? And then I'd always be like, oh, that's right. He broke his wrist.
Can't wear a watch.
When did you stop thinking about it, or do you still think about it like when you grab stuff or something like that?
No, I don't really think about it very much. The only time I feel anything is like right now, like I'm like if bending that wrist this way, you can feel the tightness. Versus this hand, you can see it's
can't do fork in the road. John can't do forks in the road anymore.
When it gets colder, do you think you're gonna get pains and stuff?
I don't know.
I sliced my hand open on ice when I was a child, and the scar is still there. And when it gets cold, it hurts a little.
When it gets chilly?
Yeah, when it gets chilly, it hurts.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the titanium is going to react. I really don't. But the other day we got screened going on the plane, and the dude's doing the little wandy thing, and it's going off near your belt buckle, and that's your, that's this, that's that, goes past my arm, nothing.
What? Really? What? How does that
it's
work?
titanium, baby.
John's smuggling titanium on airplanes.
Wait, you can smuggle titanium on airplanes?
Titanium doesn't go off when you do that?
Why don't people make things out of titanium?
Are you saying why doesn't someone make a knife out of titanium and bring it on the plane?
I'm not saying that at all. You just said that.
No, that's what you were saying.
Wasn't
I was asking.
But wasn't that part of what you were worried about? Like when it happened, like, travel is going to be, I remember when it happened, it was like, basketball season, they're going to be wanting me. It's going to go beep, 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 beep.
But then he was like, oh, the PJ life, never mind. There ain't no wands for PJs.
Well, there is now because of the flight we take, because it's all one big plane.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So there is some screening, but it's not.
One big plane.
It's still not.
It's an album name.
Bad.
One big plane.
One big plane. Hey, have you gotten One Big Plane yet?
You checked out the new stuff from One Big Plane?
It's an amazing
That's got to be a
album.
jam band album.
You think so?
It's got Dave Matthews vibes to me.
Wow. I never got into Dave.
One big plane.
Yeah. Never got into
Yeah, I never got into Dave either. Especially when I found out they were dumping feces into the Chicago River.
John got into Dave Matthews enough to call him Dave because that's what the real
true fans refer to him as Dave.
They call him Dave.
Mm-hmm.
They don't say DMB.
He doesn't know who you are. Don't call him Dave.
What do I call him? David?
Dave Matthews.
What do you call Lando Morris?
Who?
Lando Morris.
I don't know who Lando
Morris is.
Lando Norris.
I thought it was Morris as well.
I call him Lando Norris.
You call him Lando, you liar.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
He doesn't know you.
You call him Tua.
Yeah, but I have to remind him what his name is.
Wow.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, honestly, you could convince him that's how his last name is pronounced.
Too bad a certain broadcaster last week just didn't go first name route on the UCLA quarterback. It would have made for a less awkward broadcast.
It would have.
Nico is a little easier to pronounce.
Only slightly, though, John. Only slightly.
Well, yeah, you still had to work with Brando. So
I hope our friends who are on the call tomorrow night for the UCLA Ohio State game, Noah Eagle and Todd Blackledge, make sure to really emphasize the Iamaleava. Like, I hope they do it more than normal just to say, like, see, we can say
I think in the open, Noah should deadpan to the camera and said, I'm really excited to see Nico Iamaleava.
It's not that hard to say.
No, it really is.
It's really
no,
easy.
once you get it down, it's like, Indomitian Sue.
Yeah.
It's
right?
like all you have to
And
do is say it
Dominic-
like 4 times, and then you're prepared.
Got to practice.
Yeah.
That's what I do before games.
Somebody
I practice
didn't do that.
names.
Yeah.
And I feel pretty good.
Iamaleava.
Yep.
Once you get it down, you get it down. You know, it's like riding a
Easy
bike.
peasy.
There's a text from Clearly Steve.
Oh, hello, Steve.
My friend in Boston is in a Dave Matthews cover band.
Whoa.
Oh, the Nerg Live of Boston.
Wow.
I wonder how well that does in Boston.
Nerg Live?
I'm sure they make a little bit of scratch.
No, the Steve Matthews band.
No,
Or
it's his friend.
Steve's friend's Matthews band.
Yeah.
Steve's friend.
No, it's the Wank Hilliams band.
They probably make
Right.
a little scratch, a couple $100 or something.
I like cover bands. Cover bands are cool.
I don't mind them.
Yeah.
The thing I dislike about cover bands is when I go to a place not wanting to hear music and then it's loud and I can't talk to my friends anymore.
That's true, but you just got to avoid that in general.
Yes.
That's nothing.
I
against
hate
cover
that.
bands.
I hate that.
That's just
Yes.
against sound.
Music.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
I
don't want
like
to hear that.
I like cover bands if I'm at a bar or something and they're performing or at a
Yes.
place and they're just there. But I don't know if
You're
I
not going
want.
to pay money.
Yeah, I don't want to seek out a cover band.
No.
You
I
know,
would agree.
you mentioned sound at a bar, and
Yeah.
especially when you're a broadcaster and you're also old. Certain parts of your hearing aren't as good as they used to be, and so when you get in those situations where it's really loud, there's a lot of ambient loud noise. It's hard to hear the person right across from you.
Mm-hmm.
So the place we went to Monday night to watch the Packer game, nice place, but it was very quiet. You know,
Oh,
you
wow.
could hold a conversation in normal
I
tones.
don't like quiet bars.
I like
No,
quiet bars.
but this was good.
Did it have popcorn?
Oh, I love popcorn at a bar.
No.
Some quiet bars have popcorn.
Mm.
That's just what I've noticed.
That's a quote.
I like
That's incredible.
I
just
like
what I've-
popcorn at a bar, man. That's nice.
I really.
I like pretzels
I
at
do
a bar.
too.
It's a great thing.
Mm-hmm.
I go.
Well,
there.
you usually got to pay for the pretzels.
Is it
Popcorn's free.
is
I
it
like the table, like the bowl.
Yeah, don't they usually have a bowl of
like a-
pretzels?
like a
Not
Chex
usually,
Mix.
but
is it
I've-
Sullivan's in Blackstone?
Yes.
Do they have popcorn? Do they still have
They have
popcorn?
popcorn. Yeah, and I think they have other snacks too. Maybe.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love going into a bar and it smells like our office on
There's
Fridays.
just a popcorn popper in the corner.
and it's just free. You
It's
just go
great.
over there,
You just
grab
go
some
right in there.
popcorn.
What was the place downtown in Lincoln that had that?
Oh yeah, what was?
Well,
the place that-
Morgan's upstairs had it when back in the day when we would go there for $1 Morgan and Cokes on Monday nights to watch football. Me and Kevin.
It was
And the-
Iggy's. It was Iggy's. Wasn't
Oh,
it?
was it?
It was
Okay.
Iggy's.
Mm.
Maybe they got Morgan's old popcorn popper. That was good popcorn too. And you know what they do with the free popcorn? See, this is the
Iggy,
genius
says
part.
Jake.
This is the genius part. They oversalt the crap out of that stuff.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you gotta
Oh.
drink.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
good
gotta
call,
drink.
bar.
I mean, they oversalt. I mean, that it is the most sodium enriched popcorn you will ever have.
And then
It's
it-
delicious.
And then it just becomes
but
this
you
like
gotta drink.
constant state of I'm only either eating popcorn or drinking
Man,
beer.
now I want to go to a bar tonight that has popcorn.
Dude, let's
and-
go.
and get drunk.
Let's go.
Let's go to popcorn
Let's
bar.
go to a popcorn bar. Let's
You're busy tonight. You guys got this basketball
Oh,
game.
you like to go out at like 10 o'clock, right?
Wow. I mean, if you texted me at 10 and said, "Are you serious about this popcorn situation?"
What if we got Matt together? Matt will
well,
get done.
he has to do this post game
Oh,
show.
yeah, I can't wait for him.
Yeah, that's way too late. Then it is past my bedtime.
Far too late.
Man, you
Paulie's,
could-
like, Paulie's has
Well, but by
super-
the time you left here, and I mean, it wouldn't.
Guess
be
yeah, you're
that
always
late.
hanging out with John taking photos.
No, I don't take. I like to listen to what Max.
He
says.
needs
Yeah.
radio
But you
show
take
pictures.
photos.
Well, sometimes when it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, hey, look, it's Mac making fun of John.
Yeah, it's funny sometimes.
All right, so that'll happen by what, like 9?
9:30.
And so you would be able to get to
No,
a bar with
9:30.
popcorn in Westo by like 10.
I theoretically, yeah.
Wife will still be working.
Well, that's assuming that the traffic is cleared out. I don't know if you know this, Connor,
Oh,
but
no.
the exit from Lot A has changed tonight.
What?
Oh, I've been canceled from Lot A.
Whoa.
Oh, you
Where
have?
Are you at
Oh, well,
now?
you're.
Are you in Lot D?
No,
Oh, thank God.
I'm in a different
I
lot.
don't
Are
hate
you in
Lot
the-
D.
Are you? Well, no.
Are
Lot
you
D
in the
is-
parking garage?
No,
Lot D is good for
I've been
baseball,
downgraded.
not for basketball.
I've been downgraded. I have not been upgraded.
I like it for volleyball.
Lot D is wow, really? That is so far away.
It's not that bad.
Wait, what other? So there's Lot B.
A-
Are you Lot
A,
B?
Well, there's also one other letter,
There's Lot C,
which is in the outfield of the Chuck box
where we park.
for baseball,
Oh, that's Lot C.
which is where I'm parking tonight.
That is way far away.
D is the lot behind the box, the Chuck box, right?
D is the lot which
That
is
we
just
do-
north of the Chai.
Lot D
Where-
is what we do
yeah.
for the College World Series.
Correct. Yes.
Wait, I
Oh,
thought
D.
Lot A was the outfield. That's not Lot A.
No, Lot A is behind CHI. That's where I park. That's
Oh,
where
yeah,
media parks
duh.
here.
Yeah. And B is across from Chai.
Why are
B.
you at Lot C?
I don't know.
What on earth?
I don't know.
Is this your new lot?
I hope not.
So you're parking in the same spot you parked in when Brian Rosen discovered the damage to your truck?
That's exactly right.
Oh,
Wow.
good.
That's
That
exactly
is
right.
way too far away.
Not.
I mean, it's great for baseball. You know, if it weren't for all them stupid ESPN trucks, we could be parked there for the College World Series. But no, ESPN's got to have an army of trucks, and then we've got to have putting greens for the kids and
Ferris
frisbee
wheels
toss and Ferris wheels. And
I would
all that
love to be able to park
nonsense.
there. That'd be awesome.
Hey, let's have the biggest event that fills this stadium every year and eliminate an entire lot of parking.
Yep. I'm not sure why I got kicked out of A, but that
That's
was
sad.
what I was assigned this evening.
All right.
I'll say the parking garage is my preference. It's parking garage
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
parking garage. Wow. So this will actually make it easier for you to
So
get out.
I've done the parking garage thing a couple times with our tickets here. Holy crap.
It's incredible.
You don't even have to wear a coat in the wintertime.
You can just
No.
go straight in.
There's
there's
amazing.
a secret side entrance.
Not only do you just go in, you're also steps away from your seats once you do walk in.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it really is.
I
That's
love
great.
it.
That's great.
Yeah.
You guys should win tickets from us because we might give you those.
Are we giving away any tickets today, Nick?
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
Probably.
I
I'm
can
sure we
remind
have
people
something
that
to
it's
do.
the playoff or bust $15,000 sweepstakes on 1620 The Zone. Get in there to win now.
The
It's
one I
1620
saw
The Zone.
said $15.
$15. I know.
$15.
Why this has not been updated is confounding to me. So every time I do it, I'm like, let's see if I get this right.
It's 15.
Next time I might just say 15 million.
I think it's 15,000.
That's pretty cool.
I think you're better off saying $15.
Brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries.
Brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries, which is also not in the read.
But it is a sponsor of the College World Series.
Wow.
You know, I just realized we don't have tickets to this game tonight. We do have tickets though to tomorrow night's
What's tomorrow?
Omaha game.
We do.
Basketball?
We do.
Avs.
With Gary? Do you get to sit next to Gary?
No, you do not get to sit next to Gary.
Bummer. If you see
get to
Gary,
sit-
ask
you
him
get
if he wants to do the bowl game big red overreaction.
Yes, please. Can someone do that? if you go to the Mavs game tomorrow and you see Gary, say, Gary, do a big red overreaction for a home game. I dare you to.
You only did 2 this year. We really miss you.
It'll be great. Nebraska's going to beat Bowling Green. It'll be awesome.
There you go. They'll be in Detroit.
And their Detroit Poop Bowl.
Oh, man, that's a great time.
The Detroit Poop Bowl is a great time.
The bigger overreaction will be a great time.
Oh,
The one that you're not on.
I'll be at home.
Keep listening today, though, because we do have those UNO men's basketball tickets.
Nice.
Yeah, they're raising the banner, man.
Yep.
That's awesome.
They're getting
Raising the
rings.
banner.
Wow,
Now,
that's
are
cool.
they going to do? They're going to do 2 banners, right? Because you got to do a regular
2 hot
season,
banners.
a regular season, and a postseason.
Well,
Two hot coffees.
You could also do an NCAA tournament banner as well, an NCAA tournament appearance banner.
That
That's
is
fine.
true. So
It's
we
like the
could have
Colts
3
banner.
banners.
Playoff participant.
If I'm
That-
Omaha, I'm doing 3 banners.
So what are they saying?
Well, the first one is Summit League regular season champs.
Oh, tournament champs.
The next one is Summit League tournament champs.
John, you're
and
not
the third
wrong.
one is, well, that's what we have here.
Yeah, I was going to say, because Creighton doesn't have a Big East tournament championship yet, but they do have Missouri
Well,
Valley.
yeah,
And
yes,
it has
they
a Big East
do.
regular season.
Yes,
championship.
Yes,
and then they have
they
the and then
do.
and then they
2020.
Big East
no
regular season.
I said tournament.
Oh, yeah.
They haven't won that yet. That's the one thing they haven't done.
They've lost it many
Now,
times.
and they do a tournament one. They have a
Yeah.
tournament banner,
Yeah,
Yep.
and they have a
Missouri
Sweet
Valley.
16. Do they have an Elite 8 banner?
They
Yes.
have. They have.
Yes.
Yes. They. Yeah.
Does the one
I
where
don't
they
think that
made the
is-
Elite 8 is that also
John,
on
are-
the Sweet
Are
16?
you looking at it right now? Just Are they separate banners or are they all on the same?
Yeah, they're
banner?
separate now. Of course, the black curtain is hanging down, but yeah, there's banners for the tournament appearances, for
Sweet
the Sweet
16.
16, for the Elite 8.
Does the Sweet
I'm
16
assuming-
banner, John?
Oh, you know what? There's an NIT banner.
Does
Do
the-
they even have one for the crown?
they haven't
Well,
made
they
that
haven't been
yet.
in the crown.
John, does the Sweet 16 year also count the year that they made the Elite 8, or did they?
Yes,
Okay, so
yes.
it does. So they doubled up. Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, you're right, John. Omaha should do that.
3 banners.
That's awesome. Good for you, Omaha.
And then Big East regular season champs, Missouri Valley regular season champs, Missouri Valley tournament champs.
Omaha.
Now,
So
also,
when they finally break through in the Garden, there will be a Big East tournament champs.
have you ever noticed, John, how prominent the Omaha Supernovas championship banners are in that arena now?
Are they prominent?
Well, banners one.
Yeah, whatever it is. Like I looked up when I was like, dude, that thing is huge and it's in like a perfect spot.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great.
Well,
How
it
did they
sits all
pull
by
that?
itself at the
They
other
won
end
the
of
inaugural season.
No, I know. How did the banner be bigger than the other banners?
I don't know. It seems big.
No.
Is it bigger, John?
Well, yeah, it's not width-wise, but lengthwise it is.
Longer.
Stands
you know-
out. It's
you-
white, I think.
You know, we should have known that something was afoot with the whole, league affiliation deal, because it merely says Omaha Supernovas in their logo, professional volleyball champions. It doesn't say what it was.
Well, wasn't it the PV?
PVF, Professional Volleyball Federation.
What was it before? Now is that the
Oh,
current?
the new one is MLV.
Okay, so yeah, maybe that's actually accurate, John.
Major League Volleyball.
Yeah.
But it just says professional volleyball champions. I mean, that could mean anything.
And the league was called the Professional Volleyball Federation.
Yeah, but there's no
Yes.
league logo. There's nothing federation on there. It just says professional volleyball champion.
And what did Love? Because that was spelled LOVB.
It's League One Volleyball.
Yeah.
Didn't like that.
Dumb name.
Horrible name.
Wow.
It is a
I don't
name
know the
still, right?
name.
Yeah.
I am, John. It's okay to say a name is bad.
Love B is still around.
Oh, wow. Look at that logo.
Yeah, it's bad.
Why are you guys such haters?
We made fun of Big Ten legends and leaders.
Yeah.
Can't make fun of this? Are you afraid to make fun of something that a woman's doing, Happer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not. Bad logo.
Wow.
Crappy.
Josh hates women.
No, I love women. Just don't like that logo. Don't like it.
I like the other league better. I think it's more structured and makes more sense.
Couldn't agree more.
And it has a more marketable. It has a more marketable name, and the
Josh?
teams have actual names.
Yes, John?
Josh, please send me your bullet point so I can make a graphic, and we'll go over that today at 4:15.
I was going to say, could we include it in predictions?
Topic alert.
Yeah. Well, yes. Here are the reasons why I don't love volleyball.
By the way, there was a text,
Bullet
Happer,
point
before you
one.
leave about you not having volleyball in your predictions. We got it in ours today. So
Tough look.
Tough.
I do
We've
5
had
college football
volleyball in
games every week.
predictions like 4 straight weeks.
Yeah,
You guys do 100 games.
just like 15.
So many games. What are you predicting for volleyball?
It is over and under number of sets combined this weekend for Creighton and Nebraska.
Mhm.
13 and a half or 12 and a half. We have not settled on a number. Stay
They're
tuned
both-
for the 5
They're
o'clock
both
hour.
sweeping.
That's what we have been doing the last few weeks. It's been a lot of fun.
It's a
It has
pretty
been a
easy
lot of
bet.
fun.
So I just find this as a low hanging fruit to be able to get all of you guys.
We all
points.
haven't agree. We're all not agreeing.
Well, guess what? A couple of us were wrong.
Yeah. Nick kept
Embarrassing.
saying Nebraska was going to lose, and they didn't. And then finally, when they played Wisconsin, I said they were going to lose, and of course, they wiped the floor with them.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, and Creighton dropped a set last week to Villanova, and
see,
I got that point.
it's a lot harder than you would expect, Happer.
Yep.
They did. I was there. I remember.
All right. Well, that was fun.
Yeah. John, we'll see you. And we'll see after I take my long walk across the parking lot and many parking lots in the Grand Hall.
You might as well just walk from here. That's
maybe I
pretty
will.
much the same distance.
You might as well stop halfway and go over to the mat and have a beer.
Whoa.
In several years, I'll be able to park my car over on Farnham and take the streetcar down there.
Definitely. That will
Is the
absolutely
streetcar
be a
going to
thing.
make it all the way to 50th and Capitol?
No,
'Cause
I think
I'd just like to trolley to the
I
game.
thought it was
Does-
like 40th.
Yeah, it's like 40th and Leavenworth, right?
It's
I thought it was
Blackstone.
Farnham, 40th and Farnham.
Yeah, it's Blackstone.
So it's Moolah.
It's basically Moolah.
I feel so bad for all of the great
Oh,
establishments
have you been
over
there
there.
recently?
No, it's been
I
a
was
couple
there
months.
last Friday.
A lot of establishments
bad.
are having a very hard time.
I feel terrible. I feel terrible. For
I went
them.
to Moolah and
We're
I
gonna-
got a trio of dips.
Oh my gosh, I love Moolah.
So we're going to murder several businesses so we can have a streetcar that
no one
one's
will
going
use.
to ride.
That's
Mayor
right.
Jean wanted the streetcar, John.
Guys,
And she's not even in office.
Just like she wanted
anymore.
that big ass tower.
Maybe I should go to Moolah before
Nah, they're doing fine. There's a lot of people in there.
Good.
That's good.
Them and Night Owl. Those are my places down there. I want them to survive. And other places too.
So you can streetcar to them at your convenience
Yep.
all the way from West
From
Omaha.
West Omaha.
Could be easier than parking in lot, W.
That's true. That's where I park for the Creighton games. Lot W.
Yep.
I
my
believe that's
garage.
in Council Bluffs.
It's very far away.
Just forge the river and you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Crossover, yes, was powered by Everlevel Concrete at everlevelconcreterepair.com. It is a one beer Friday and the week is over.
Almost.
Almost. 16:20 the zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7.
Hey, it's Happer for Underdog Fantasy. The football season continues to roll on, which means there is no shortage of options for you on Underdog. So whether it be touchdowns, yards, anything in between, take your favorite players on Underdog and make picks and win money right now in the state of Nebraska. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower in those stat categories that I just mentioned, and then get those picks right, which you obviously will, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So why not take a shot right now on Underdog Fantasy? We got a great deal for you. Download the app today and use the promo code HAPPER1620 to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's HAPPER1620 with the promo code Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Email Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Oh, I just saw something that came across the wires that could be rather interesting for the conversations we've been having this week.
Oh,
it's not. It's related, but it's not directly.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And with that, we welcome you, at least some of us. I'm not really welcoming myself. I just kind of let myself in to the CHI Health Center hockey press box, a.k.a. my jail cell.
Now,
jail.
Do they know you're there since you just let yourself in, or is security going to tap on your shoulder at some point during the grum?
I mean, the dude who was at the door, we had a nice conversation about how nice it was outside and that this will probably be the best
How about
day
this
that
weather?
we have until God knows when. Could
February
be April.
or March. It could be April. Yeah,
Could
that's
be
true.
April by the next time we have weather this nice. To which I quipped, hey, maybe that will get all the construction done faster. And then we both laughed and laughed and
Wow.
laughed and laughed.
John,
As I look up at steel girders everywhere, it's like the construction that never ends in this city.
John really hit all the small talk water cooler hits.
Wow, he really did.
How
That's
about the
true.
weather? Oh, the road work. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is
Have you seen the news?
It is the big freight elevator inside the media entrance here at the Chi Center. It's not the fastest moving thing in the world. It's definitely not as slow as the Charles Schwab Field elevators, which are the slowest in America.
Well, I've never got to take those. Well, I took the Schwab elevators. I've never taken the Chi elevator.
Yeah, the Chi elevator leads you up to the beautiful hockey box. Yes, that's where we are. See, that's where we are.
Look at that. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Those are lights.
Should we call it the basketball press box now, John? I mean, it is.
I can turn it upside down.
It is where people watch basketball now.
Some people
they don't watch
yes.
hockey up there anymore.
Do you need binoculars to watch basketball from up there?
It is.
It is very high, especially when you have a team like St. John's who decides, hey, let's wear red with blue numbers.
I call it, yikes, that's not good.
Jackasses.
I called a Nebraska Creighton basketball game in 2011 from up there for KRNU, and it was definitely a bit of a challenge. Definitely a bit of a challenge. It could be tough.
Yeah, I mean, you get to see the play develop really nicely, and you get to see the entire floor, which is an upgrade from certain seats that are available. But
you know the thing that, John, that I always realize
very high. Yes,
when
very high
I
for basketball.
when I sit in a spot at a basketball game that I normally don't sit in, it takes me a little bit to get used to the angle in which the ball leaves the shooter's hands. When I'm down on the floor, you are down on the floor every night. You know when a ball is shot, you have a pretty good idea if that's on target or off target, right?
Yeah.
When you're up there or anywhere, I think, if you're not used to sitting there, it takes a few minutes to kind of like, wow, it looks different from this angle. And so I'm like,
that makes sense.
The ball's in the air. The ball is tipped. And I try to figure out what's going on. But then you get down on the floor and you can tell what's going on.
Yeah, the hardest angle is the one if you're sitting up in that floor 10 where I do the show from when we're at Madison Square Garden, because that's every bit as high as where I am right now, but it hangs out over the upper deck. So you're not looking straight down on the floor, but you're looking more at a straight down angle. So every shot looks like this, just a flat plane. And you're just like, okay, not sure if that was good or not, but you know, that's why you don't call games from up there.
That's true.
Unless you're college radio.
Or you're in the NBA, because there apparently they get pretty screwed. They do not play around.
Where we're now doing the games from at the Garden is where the NBA announcers sit. So and which is, you know, between the upper deck and the lower deck. And it's fine for what it does.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
Just be happy you have a place to sit. That's all I can say.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, it is a One Beer Friday. Want to thank our good friends at Cross Drain Brewing for once again brewing up another One Beer Friday. I mean, it's going to feel like a May or September One Beer Friday.
Dude, it's nice.
As warm as it is out there.
I wore shorts today.
Me too.
Look at us.
I would have wore shorts. And then I realized, I'm doing a game tonight.
I can't do that.
And then I would have given Greg McDermott another reason to make some kind of mocking joke about, you know, my well-being. So
that's true.
I went with the long pants. Also, you know, it'll be 48 degrees by the time I leave tonight, so it might be a little chilly.
That's true. That's a great point.
Might be a little chilly. The Grum Down, it's never too chilly for the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. They'll be on your roof to fix it, whether it's cold or not.
Nice.
Jay's on the rebound? ? We'll find out tonight against the Maryland Eastern Shore Hawks.
Ooh.
Up in the air. That's what we're calling our next segment. Up in the air.
That's a good movie. You ever see the movie?
Who knows?
I got some potential topics.
We'll
yeah, because Jack
knows?
Mitchell
Canceled.
Not joining us. Perhaps miscommunication from one end of the conversation when we were discussing moving him to 250 today.
He canceled.
He would blame us. I will blame him. We can talk it out next week.
1620, the analytics, current Dylan versus past Dylan.
Ooh.
Also a rather interesting chart on one Mr. Heijman.
High dollar sign J-Man.
Heij dollar signsman.
Yeah.
NFL preview, one big game, and everything else.
Wow, I can't believe that you're saying that Seahawks Rams is in the and everything else category. I mean, I'm excited for
Only
Lions
a dumbass,
Eagles too.
Only a dumbass would say that.
I'm excited for Lions Eagles as well, John. But man, I mean,
yeah,
that's kind
no
of
one's
mean.
no one cares. Kent's Movie Club. Teeth.
Nick, did you watch it?
Yeah.
Oh
boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Parker Fleming is going to join us today to help us preview some of the college games of the week. He is Stats O War on Twitter.
Awesome.
Great name.
Yes, it is. It is a great handle, and he puts up great information that we use every week on 1620 The Analytics.
Yep.
I just realized we're not going to need that much longer.
What don't you? Why would you say those types of words?
Because it's almost
true.
college baseball season.
Golly, man, I started going to Bart's website again, just like Pain Cave for your boy. Pain Cave.
Pain Cave.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Pain Cave, Michigan, don't cook our golden goose.
Oh, what's that about?
Bring back Coach O.
Wow. Topic alert. Friend of the Grum, Ed Orgeron, to
That's
you.
right. That's right.
Gobble,
Also, it is a predictions day, and as the aforementioned cross-strain one beer Friday.
Share what you're drinking with the hashtag for a chance to win $25 to cross-strain.
Do it.
Nice.
Do it now.
We had the first tweet came in, as it does every week, from someone who is not in America.
Yep.
This is from David, who is in Zurich. Is it Zurich? Zurich. My
Zurich.
bad. Wow, I'm an idiot. Oopsies. My bad. That's like going to Google Earth to look for a seat.
No, to be fair, it's not Ark Manning, so I get what you're...
Thank you, Nick. Anyway, he was drinking a beer from an airplane 35,000 feet above our planet. Shout out to you, David. Surprisingly, John, I have not seen the tweet from the guy who is over in Hong Kong.
Now, is he above the planet or is he just above the ground? Because 30,000 feet above the planet is different.
That's fair, Nick. You bring up a good point. He is above ground. He is not above the planet. He is still on the planet. You have to leave. You have to start floating, right? Gravity has to leave for you.
Airplanes don't do well in space on account of they need air.
Ouch.
Do you?
That's a good dumb debates. Maybe we should save this for Wednesday.
Yeah, I think we should save this for dumb debates. If you're
Put it
in
in
the
the file.
air, are you still on planet Earth?
Okay. That's a good dumb debates question.
I would argue you're not, but
Okay.
we'll bookmark that for a future dumb debates.
Excellent.
Yeah. 402-951-1620. Keep that number in mind. Well, just because, if you want to talk or if you want to text, you can use that number. It's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Nick has proposed Twitter today.
For what?
To give away those Omaha basketball tickets. They're going to be playing host to Southern Utah tomorrow night, and it's the big banner-raising ceremony.
Banners.
Be there for history.
Banners. 3 of them.
We have determined that there should be 3 banners: a regular season, a tournament, and a tournament championship, and an NCAA appearances banner.
By the
All
way,
3 of them.
That
Put
is
'em
what's
up
going to
there.
happen, apparently.
Put them up there.
Bigelow
So
commented in the YouTube chat, it
so
will
we
be
guessed-
a 3-banner Saturday.
So we guessed right. Well done, Omaha.
3 banner.
Well done. I knew that Adrian Dowell would have it.
Great
He'd be
reference.
like, no, we're putting up 3 of them things. And Crutch said, absolutely, we're putting up 3 of them things. Because we
Thanks,
earned
with
every
an A.
damn one of them.
Yeah, they did.
Earned every damn one of them.
That was awesome. That was a really cool story.
It was.
Yes,
My
it was.
stories.
It was fun to sit there in my hotel room and watch
Fun.
Omaha basketball in the NCAA tournament and root against Rick Pitino.
Shopping. Awesome.
Um,
Don't forget about the inbox, John.
Jake-
They can always.
but Jake
Yeah.
Tech constructed his own Twitter page at USC 1620.
Mm.
Nick, how are we doing this?
We are going to go online to the twitter.com. And I was asking
Yes.
for ideas earlier. I wasn't expecting to be the one person in charge of all of this.
Well, you're the one that suggested it.
Yeah,
I think by
figured you'd have an
suggesting something,
idea.
you had the idea.
How about this? In honor of teeth,
Okay.
you let us know the weirdest movie you've ever seen, and you will pick. How many do we have to give away?
We have 4 pair.
You will pick 4 at random over the next 3 hours and 13 minutes.
There we go. That's
Boom.
good. I like that.
Give us
All
the
right.
the weirdest movie you have ever seen at USC 1620, and then Nick will pick one at random. But should they tag
And you know
Nick,
what?
as
Even
well?
if you have forgotten the name of the movie, just describe it.
That's even better.
Yeah.
Because like
That one movie where the girl moved in next door and she made adult films. What was that movie about the girl who moved in next door and made adult films? Oh, that's right. The Girl Next Door.
That makes sense.
Oh,
I loved that movie.
yeah, The Girl Next Door.
Great
Yeah,
movie.
It's got to be your bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So do that on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. It's at USC 1620, and Nick will pick 4 at random, and we'll get you a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's game over at Baxter Arena and the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. As I look down on the floor right now, the Jays are doing their traditional walkthrough before the game tonight.
Oh, that's
Here
exciting.
at the CHI Health Center. You know, I was thinking about this. We didn't really talk about it much yesterday when I was back.
Folks.
But, of course, the Jays took one on the chin, the shoulder, the solar plexus, probably the nether regions.
Their teeth.
Their teeth. Definitely the teeth.
Teethies.
And I was, you know, obviously after beatings like that, you see a lot of different comments and people fretting and people worrying. And it got me thinking.
Yeah.
It actually got me thinking about 2 different Creighton teams under Greg McDermott. Now, they're extreme examples, right?
Mhm.
But a 27-point loss is an extreme example as well. And the first example is the 2014-2015 team, which was the first year after Doug.
Talked about him a little in the crossover.
It was the only Greg McDermott team to finish with a losing record.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, and I don't think it can be said enough how important Ryan Kalkbrenner was to this program from a historical perspective, not just from last year's team or the year before his team or the Elite Eight team, but from a historical perspective. Because if it weren't for a guy named McDermott, Ryan Kalkbrenner would have left here with the scoring record. He would have been, well, he was second in blocks, I believe second in rebounds, only to the great Paul Silas. No one's ever going to break that record. The guy that averaged 20 rebounds a game. But his mark that he left on this program was immeasurable. And now you're seeing, obviously, how valuable he is. He's, if they gave out, a first month rookie of the year, he might be the winner. He's played at an extremely high level, but he was so important to the program. And it is hard to replace a legend. It was hard to replace Doug McDermott, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there is that dynamic at play. Now, I would also say that the team that replaced Doug was an experienced team. I mean, you had
Manigault.
You still had Austin Chapman. You still had Will Artino.
Yeah.
You still had Avery Dingman. I mean, you had guys. You still had Isaiah Zierman. You had guys who had been playing with Doug, so there was some experience there. But obviously, they were lacking in talent, and it showed in the Big East Conference. This team this year does not lack talent. There's good talent down there on that floor. But it shows you kind of the difference between a group of guys like that 14-15 team who maybe, while not talented, still were well-versed in what they were asked to do, who they were doing it with, because most of those guys had played together on the scout team or on the second team. And, they knew everything. And so, the times they did succeed or did, fall short but close, they had that experience that they could lean on. This group does not have that experience together as a group, which was something that I don't know if we talked about enough in the run-up to the season about, oh, sure, they've got all this talent, but they haven't played together. 2 of them have, Dix and Freeman, but Owen Freeman hasn't played in 8 months. And that was another part of it too. He's been out And so he's just getting back into the shape of playing basketball. So there's that extreme. Then there was the extreme of 2019, 2020, the team who's got a banner hanging up over here, Big East regular season champs. That was a team, Marcus Zagorowski, Tyshawn Alexander, Denzel Mahoney, DJ, Damian Jefferson, who took time to come together because they were a little bit inexperienced. And they took a loss very similar to Gonzaga on the chin when they went out to Las Vegas and got hammered by 30 to San Diego State. And that was like a turning point in that season, because up until that point, you know, they kind of scuffled just a little bit against some lesser opponents, but then they took it on the chin, came out the next night, beat Texas Tech in overtime, and slowly but surely came together as a group, and by late January started what was a hellacious run to the Big East Championship. Though people do forget, during that run in late January, February, early March, they suffered 2 losses, and both of them were by double digits. One to St. John's, one to Providence. So, you know, it's not like that team was infallible, even though they won a Big East regular season championship. And I think this team falls somewhere in between, right? And I know they're 2 extremes, but they're kind of going through the same things that those 2 teams did separately. The lack of experience together and replacing a legend with a team that had more talent but needed time to gel and took a big loss on the chin early in the season.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it the other day, and you just mentioned it. They had 0 ramp up, you know, before the Gonzaga game. Last year, how many games did they have, John, before they played a name brand team? Was it 3 or 4? And that's how it's been a lot over the last few years, right? They have a build up, and so you're able to work out some of the issues. I mean, dude, I know that I've quoted it multiple times, but what Greg McDermott said last week after the opener, you know, I said it to Dave Fleming when we had him on to preview the game on Tuesday. That kicked in the teeth comment has really stuck with me, because it's obvious that he saw and he was concerned about it. And there was no games like tonight to continue to figure yourself out as a team. And so that's why, thankfully for Creighton tonight, they will be able to do that. They will be able to bounce back against this opponent and against the next 2 or 3 opponents before then the schedule gets tough again. It's before they go to Vegas. It's going to be a challenge.
2 games before Vegas. It's tonight and next Wednesday against North Dakota, and then it's
off to Las Vegas.
State.
Yeah, for sure.
Off to Las Vegas. So I think tonight, you're not going to solve the world's problems in a game, certainly against a team that is rated very, very lowly in the Ken Pom and the Bart Torvik index. But I think what you can learn is about resolve. What kind of resolve do you have?
Mm-hmm.
How do you respond when you get kicked in the teeth? How do you respond? You're not going to fix your defensive issues. You're not going to fix your rotational issues. You're not going to fix, your offensive flow issues necessarily in a game like this. But you can find out a very important factor of sports, and that is, what is your resolve?
Yeah.
How do you respond? And I think that will be something worth watching tonight. So we'll have all the coverage this evening starting at 6. Austin will be here with a half-hour edition of Blue Jay Shoot Around, and then Taylor Stormberg and I take over at 6:30, tip off at 7, right here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. So coming up in the air, what are we going to do? I don't know, but find out next on 1620 The Zone. Oh, we get all kinds. Just saw this from our good buddy Declan, good friend of the Grum.
What's up, Declan?
Jaws wine.
What?
Jaws branded wine. It's a One Beer Friday. # One Beer Friday. Check out Check out Jaws wine and spritzer.
Wow.
I just tweeted back. Good thing Michael Severe quit drinking.
Yeah, seriously.
He loves that movie.
Uh-huh.
He loves that movie. All right, welcome back to the program on this One Beer Friday. Well, Jack Mitchell was scheduled to be in this segment, but apparently Josh and Jack miscommunicated or something. I mean, when I left the studios there in Lincoln this morning.
Yeah, did he say anything to you? Like, sorry, I won't be able to
he said,
join
I guess
the
I'm
show?
talking to you at 2:50. And I said, yeah, okay, cool.
He did?
Great. Talk to you. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Good Lord. The conversation
no.
where the misunderstanding took place was apparently yesterday. So why would he have said that to you today other than to make me look like an idiot?
Wow. Is Josh versus Jack the new John versus Michael?
Wow. This is unreal. This is can we get Jack on the call? You know what? Let's get Jack on the phone right now and ask him to explain himself.
Yes.
Well,
yes, Jack.
He's busy.
He's busy. He's busy. I got something for you, John, here.
Yeah, let's hit this.
This is a wide open segment. So we talked a little bit yesterday about the venture capital stuff and what in the world's going to happen next with the Big Ten Conference and how does Nebraska feel about this, yada, yada, yada. And we were going off of the reporting from Ross Dellinger. Well, last night, Ralph Russo, friend of the Grum, Austin Meek, I think friend of the Grum, and Stuart Mandel, friend of the Grum, they penned a column titled, or a story rather, Why Michigan and the Big Ten Disagree on the Next Move with $2.4 billion on the table. Wow. And the lead of the story was, for the second time in the last 3 years, Michigan and the Big Ten are at odds with each other. We don't have to go through the reasons why because we already did so yesterday. But I did want to read a couple of quotes from the story that I do think add to our opinions. And I think, John, they make me feel pretty good about what you and I said on the show yesterday. I have one that's on the record and one that's off the record. This is a Michigan source briefed on the deal said, "We are the Golden Goose and Ohio State. Why would you cook the Golden Goose? This isn't an aggressive move by Michigan to break anything up. If anything, it's an aggressive move on Tony Petitti's part to break up the Big Ten. It's headed towards blowing things up," which, again, that's how I felt about it yesterday. But here was the other one, John. This is from Mark Bernstein, who is the chairman of the Board of Regents. And again,
and by the way, real quick, we should set this up because we've been talking about this. Most of these schools who are approving this deal are not going through their Board of Regents to get approval. This is being done at the president's and chancellor's level. However, it is not being done at that level at Michigan because their president, Santa Ono, who interestingly enough was a part of the original committee that started to explore venture capital for the Big Ten, left recently.
He thought he was going to Florida.
They have an interim president. And so basically the Board of Regents have kind of swooped in to, say, all right, well, we're going to handle this. And so Bernstein is the chair of that board. Thus, he has been the most vocal opponent of venture capital coming into the Big Ten.
Yeah. So this quote, this is Mark Bernstein, like you said, chairman of the Board of Regents. He has compared the investment deal, to a payday loan. But how about this quote? "The University of Michigan is not desperate." And that is something that we hit on yesterday, John, and that is, of course, would Michigan and would any school like more money? Yes. Michigan, I appreciate Bernstein for acknowledging that they don't need this, and essentially, and I'm going to spin it now with my thoughts, not spin it, but use that as a jumping off point for my opinion on things moving forward. Why would I give up future earnings for an infusion of cash that I don't need right now? And so that's the part of this that I still don't understand. The other thing, and I mentioned this in the crossover when Happer was in here, in Tunnel Talk today, Sean Callahan, he had this from a source of his about this situation. "This would allow schools to be cash rich immediately. It would cover all your added expenses like rev share, etc." John, like that. Oh my gosh. And I know, thankfully we agree on this, but That is so dumb. It is not seeing the forest through the trees. And
No.
I just,
You don't take out a loan to pay your employees.
John, is this how other schools, is this how the schools are viewing this situation? Are they viewing this situation as in
some of them
thank
are?
God
I'm guessing some of them are. And remember,
gosh.
under all of this is the notion that Nebraska, who has been fiscally responsible for decades, has always been self-sufficient, has never taken student fees. They can pay for everything. The cash that comes in pays for the stuff that goes out, and there's leftover money after that. Now, have they, done projects like the new stadium or the new football complex where, they've had bonds and things like that? Sure, but there's been donors to help cover that, and they do pay, off on that debt service.
Yeah.
But it's all handled in-house. They have not borrowed any other money in order to pay this off. And while this isn't a borrowing situation, you are cutting in a new partner. Think of it as, right now the Big Ten has 18 pieces to their pie. Well, it's actually technically 19 pieces because the league office gets some money to run operations.
Sure.
So this pie has been cut into 19 pieces. And for the most part, the pieces have been equal, right? For the most part. Oregon and Washington currently are not full-fledged members yet.
Yes.
But once this deal kicks in, as we pointed out yesterday, not only are the distributions from this new UC Investments Group going to be divvied out, the $2 billion that's been quoted, but it's not going to be divvied out equally. Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State will get upwards of around, what
Some
was
are
it,
more
100
equal
and
than others.
It's like Animal Farm, yeah.
Yeah, it's like $190 million. I think of it in the ballpark. The next tier, which is Oregon and USC,
It's like
are about
140 or 145.
135, 140. And then everybody else, who Nebraska is, everybody else will get between 100 and 110. It is introducing into the Big Ten for the first time ever unequal distribution of revenue, and future revenues will be distributed the exact same way. But what this deal is doing, going back to the original premise, so currently you have a 19-piece pie. It's going to be a 20-piece pie because the new UC Investments is basically like adding another team, but they just don't play any games because that's how they're going to get paid back on their money. So that share that we talk about every year that Nebraska gets from the TV contract, that the UC Investments, the venture capital firm, is going to get a share. And that's how they pay back the initial $2 billion investment into the Big Ten. And that will be done over the course of the next almost 20 years. Because remember, this is all attached to extending the grant of rights, essentially the promise that I will not leave the league.
Yeah.
So that's how this whole thing is going to operate. The interesting part about this is, and you mentioned the beginning of this story, while Michigan is fine, according to The Athletic, 6 Big Ten members owe at least $225 million because of debt service that they have accrued from a variety of different projects. So essentially what this infusion of cash, the implication being that this infusion of new cash, this one-time infusion of cash
once
will be used to pay off this stuff. And then after that, you are sharing with this venture capital firm for the next almost 20 years as if they were another school competing in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and look, I understand how paying off debt works, right? Like, we've all had a variety of debts in our lives. And so let's just use clean, easy numbers. You have $100 in debt that you have to pay off and you get $50 to use. You still have 50 more to go, and you're not getting a second infusion of cash. And in fact, every dollar every $100 that you will earn moving forward, you're going to have to give some of that dollar, amount away. And so that's why, like J-Man writes, Ohio State, for example, per Google, their total athletic department debt is over $286 million, a figure among the highest in the Big Ten. All right. Go with the highest number, John, right? What was it, 100 whatever? It's still not covering. What about half of that? A little more than half of that is what's taken out. But what about the rest of it? Dwayne writes, one thing that isn't being talked about is how much debt each other schools carry. They could take the pension money, pay off their debt, then work to pay the pension money back with zero interest. So I will at least say this. If that is what these schools are using it for, I think that makes way more sense than we need to use it to pay the players, because again, that will be something they will have to do for the rest of time. That is not changing. And in fact, the money is only going to get higher. Once you pay off your 2026 player salary, you're not like, awesome, man, we don't have to worry about it anymore. No, you got 27 and 28 and 29 and 30. And man, John, don't you just feel like, and I know the angle of this story for the most part over the last few days has been, wow, this leaves it open for Michigan and USC to leave if they want to in 2036. My follow would be, yeah, and doesn't this infusion almost just lend itself more likely that this is going to happen regardless, that some form of a super league is going to happen regardless because of a promised infusion of cash up front that they're going to be used to pay off, their athletic department debts or whatever it is. Like, again, I really do not like it, even though this in particular is not the VC deals that we have usually been talking about over the course of the last year and a half or so.
A Michigan source was quoted in this athletic story as saying, because this now goes towards the next part of it, and it is, well, what happens if Michigan is still against this deal and the Big Ten goes through with it anyway, which has been reported. They may take a vote on it, and they may decide, we're going to do this with or without USC and Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan source quoted said, I don't think anyone at Michigan is saying we want to leave the Big Ten. That's why it's so puzzling to hear that others want to go ahead without us, essentially pushing us out. Which, and that lends itself back to the stuff that we talked about yesterday about, could they go independent? Could they take an invite to the SEC and leave after 2036, I believe it is.
Get an infusion of cash from the SEC, but not have to worry about paying anyone back over the course of time. Yeah. And
exactly.
Baymon asked the question, why would the other 11 schools buy into this? Yeah, I mean, we keep wondering, how does Nebraska feel? I was told earlier this week that they are not as big of a fans of it either. They just haven't been as vocal about it like USC and in particular like Michigan has.
Well, what this is doing is it's saying the quiet part out loud. Yeah. And that is everyone's equal, but some are just more equal than others.
Mm-hmm.
And it's acknowledging that we have these three big brands over here, Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have these two other brands who we've determined are the second tier, USC and Oregon. By the way, very interesting. How many national titles does Oregon have? In football? Zero.
Mm-hmm.
None. Zip, zilch, not a set. And then everybody else, of which inside of everybody else sits Nebraska. This deal is essentially an acknowledgement that you're not an upper tier program. You're not even a second tier program.
Third tier.
You're a third tier program in the Big Ten. Now, they're not going to look at it that way, but that's a way to look at it.
Yep.
When you're making the smallest cut out of the three cuts, you're a third tier. And someone asked yesterday, I couldn't find any reporting on it. I don't know if there are riders or provisions in this idea that could move teams up and down the ladder to a different tier. But the initial infusion of cash, which is why this is being done in the first place, that's a one-time payment. Once that's done, that's off the table.
Yep.
Now, the whole rest of the partnership is about paying back UC Investments, which is the firm that is infusing the Big Ten with capital. So you're going to get the one-time check, one time. And then after that, it's over. By the way, one thing to consider here, too, we don't have full scope of what Big Ten Enterprises, which is the LLC being created to deal with all of this, thus circumvent, certain aspects of the law because you've got public institutions and all this other stuff. But just how much does Big Ten Enterprises control? And I'll throw out one example. The NCAA is going to start allowing advertising on uniforms like we're seeing in the NBA, like we are seeing in Major League Baseball. They are going to control Big Ten Enterprises, the contract negotiations with the TV networks, and advertising for the league. So they'll sell the ads, right? They'll sell ads, which will undoubtedly appear in every stadium across the league because it's easier and better to sell as a one big package than it is to try to sell individually. In other words, Big Ten Enterprises is not going to come knocking on Runza's door to say, would you like to sponsor Nebraska? No, they're going to go knocking on the doors of Discover Card and, General Motors and Coca-Cola and Apple, big corporations, to say, would you like to sponsor the Big Ten? Are they going to do that? Are they going to sell the uniforms for everybody together collectively? And that could be, certainly that could be something that would be a great infusion of cash. But if you're a Michigan, right, with a national brand and alumni all across the country, Michigan could go and sell their uniforms to an AT&T, to a Motorola, right? Because they're Michigan. Nebraska can't really do that. I mean, we like to brag about, Nebraska fans are coast to coast, but they're not in as many numbers as Michigan. They're not seen as much as Michigan. They don't bring in as many eyeballs as Michigan. Michigan is essentially saying, why do I want the Big Ten to go sell this for us? And we end up with a smaller cut than we could have got if we went out and did it ourselves. Because we're Michigan, we can do this. Or it's Ohio State, we could do this. So how much control does Big Ten Enterprises going to have over advertising in the Big Ten?
That's excellent questions, man. And along the lines of Nebraska, Rattlesnake Ron texts in, can we get a local reporter to directly ask Dan why in the world he would ever want to do this? Seems like a monumental butterfly effect event moment for the future of this athletic department. I would hope, like the last time he spoke, John, was around the rule contract extension 2 weeks ago. This wasn't as in the ether and as loud now of a story as it is currently. I would hope that the next time that he does this, that he speaks, that he gets asked about it.
But here's the thing, Josh. The vote might already have taken place.
That's
the
what
rumors
at
are.
Least ask about it in retrospect, though. You're right. Yes, it'll be done by then, but you do want to know about it. And by the way, Sipple was talking about this on his radio show today and saw no downside to Nebraska taking this. It was like a child thinking credit cards were just a means to free money. Yeah, and so the good part moving forward is that you don't have to pay it back. The bad part moving forward is you will lose out on revenues, and at least in Nebraska's case, you are not on the same level,
third tier,
of those other programs. Now,
sure, being a third tier Big Ten program is still going to be more
being
lucrative.
A first tier other ones, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, probably better than a first tier, Big 12 or ACC program. So it's not like Nebraska's going to go home empty-handed. But again, it's that acknowledgement that you don't bring as much value. And we saw what happened in the Big 12 when teams started to throw their weight around about their value versus everybody else. And it didn't go swimmingly.
No.
Now that league is still around, but it's around in a lesser sense than it is now. And Texas is long gone to the SEC. The history of this sport has shown once you start, fiscally treating people differently than you treat the others, that's when everything changes. That's when everything changes. And then pretty soon, not only do those people who make a little bit more money, but they also get to lean on the power and say, oh, but we should do things this way, not this way.
Yeah.
Those are the types of things that happen in those types of relationships. So you got to be careful here with, being all that willing to go out there and say, oh, yeah, we're still getting a bigger share than an SEC team is. Yeah, we'll take the deal. Again, once you go down that road, it ain't coming back.
Yeah.
It ain't coming back.
Yeah.
All right. Still to come. I want to take a look at these graphs and charts and things because we haven't done a 1620 the analytics this week. But I think you're going to find this one interesting, friends, because our friend Parker Fleming, who's going to be joining us in about an hour-ish or so, put out one of these charts. But also, I wanted to compare Dylan Raiola with some of this year's good quarterbacks and with the Dylan of last year.
Oh, that's interesting.
And
is he better?
And you might find the results rather interesting.
Okay.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone. Good golly, Miss Molly, it's hard to read this on a day where it's record highs, but Stuff the Truck.
Whoa!
Happening Friday, December 5th, December 6th, which is Saturday, Westwood Plaza, 123rd and Center. We're once again teaming up with the United States Marine Corps and Toys for Tots for another Stuff the Truck, new unwrapped toys for area children. Sponsored this season by Woodhouse Chevy, Molina Healthcare of Nebraska. We'll have more details to come, but just keep those dates in mind, December 5th, December 6th, and have a new toy ready to go for the kids this holiday season. So I saw this yesterday and found it quite fascinating because we have certainly spent a lot of time talking about Emmett Johnson and the season he's had. And of course, now the next turn of events is the fact that certainly he is, if he's not already considering turning pro, he will be very, 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 very shortly.
Yeah.
By the way, I did look this up. It's still a tentative date, so I'm not sure why it's tentative, but January 14th is the deadline, according to the NFL website, the NFL calendar, for underclassmen to declare turning pro. The reason I mention that is that falls right at
I
with 2 days left.
I was going to say that's the end of the portal window, isn't it? The 16th.
The portal is the 2nd through the 16th.
Interesting.
So all now it read tentative on the NFL schedule. So I wonder if that was done so
on purpose
because they were waiting to see what the portal would be, or if there's something else with the CBA or something else that is involved here. But as of now, January 14th is the declaration date to turn pro. But I saw this graphic, and Parker's going to be joining us later in the program about 4:30 this afternoon. But this is a chart of of college football's best run games. And this is non-quarterback runs. And there's a very valid and good reason for not including quarterbacks, because a lot of quarterback runs are scrambles. Not every team runs its quarterback. So in order to keep things somewhat one-to-one, it's just about non-quarterback running plays. So, yes, it could include jet sweeps, but certainly it's mostly running backs.
Well, in the case of Nebraska, John, the carries are Emmett Johnson. What is the percentage now of total carries that he has among running backs? It's about 90%.
This is just Emmett Johnson.
I mean, the best part about this graphic is it really is an Emmett Johnson graphic, and it's barely a Nebraska running game. It is almost all him, which is awesome because it really allows us to put into perspective how good of a running back he has been this season in college football.
So, and for the benefit of those listening in on the stream or listening in on the radio, the XY axis across the bottom are yards before contact per rush. We have quoted this many times. They're called line yards. These are the yards that are being credited to the offensive line. This is essentially how many yards are you getting in your run game before your running back meets any resistance. And as Parker pointed out in his tweet, that is an indication of better offensive line play and better scheme. Because, you got good blocking schemes that are allowing your running backs to get to the second level untouched. That's a product of a good line. That's a product of a good scheme. So that's across the XY axis. The north-south axis, not XY, I'm sorry, the X-axis. Y-axis is up and down. But north and south, those are yards after contact.
Yeah.
So basically, those are the yards that your running back is earning because of his ability to either avoid or break tackles. And what's interesting about the placement of Nebraska, if you look at where Nebraska is pretty far to the right. Stop me if you've heard that one before.
Got him.
And above average, much below above average. Average, you can't really tell. The shading's a little different, but average is sitting just below 2 yards before contact. Nebraska's sitting at about 2.6. So they're well above the cut line. There's only about, I would say maybe 20 college football programs in FBS. And this is all of FBS. This is not just Power 4 now. We're counting the G5 schools as well. There's about 20 or so programs further to the right than Nebraska. So Nebraska is certainly is up there in terms of better scheme or offensive line, as Parker puts it. But when you look at the yards after contact, the average is around, I believe, is that 3?
Yeah, so he's at like 2.8 probably is what I would say.
So a little below average.
Yeah.
In other words, and as I ask on the screen, has EJ been the beneficiary of better scheme and line play than the ability to break tackles?
And as you said going into break, I think that that's a bit surprising because what has been the unit that has gotten the most grief this year? The defensive line. What's been the unit that's gotten the second most grief? I would definitely say it's the offensive line. I mean, either or, right? And so that's pretty interesting. Though I think lately there has been a lot more praise to the run blocking for Nebraska's offensive line, and I think that this would show that. I'll be honest though, John, I'm a little surprised. Now I'm gonna get a little tinfoil. Give me my Jimmy Allen hat, Nick. Sometimes, John, EJ is so squirrely and so slippery that he is not touched and he avoids a rusher, and thus there is no contact for him to rush for yards after. Now, I don't know how nitty-gritty a statistic like this can get because we're talking about a field with 22 men on it, and so is it about space or how many defenders are near him, or is it truly about they touched him and so after that is contact? Because he has done a good job at avoiding rushers this year and making some moves and picking up yards. Because I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised. I mean, if you say, 20 teams that are better than them in terms of line yards, it's more than half of the sport are better than Emmett Johnson in terms of yards after contact. That surprises me just as I watch him. I would have guessed Nebraska to have been further to the left and definitely further to the top. If you would have told me before the graphic, came out, if you would have said, hey, Josh, guess where Emmett Johnson would be? I would have said left and up, not right and down. That would have very much shocked me.
Yeah. As I said, about 20-ish teams are only better than Nebraska in terms of yards before contact, but Nebraska certainly is below average. And there's a majority of the teams ahead of Nebraska than behind Nebraska when it comes to breaking tackles.
Yeah.
So it's giving a lot more credit to the scheme and the line than it certainly it's not indicating that Emmett is bad, but he is a little below average.
Well, as Dave Fight asks, he says, seeing Notre Dame higher up seems to suggest that Jeremiah Love is more likely to win the Doak Walker than EJ. Yes, I would say definitively. This last few days, John, in terms of the discussion about Emmett Johnson, I think has been really fun and exciting, and he's certainly going to be an all Big Ten back. I think he's going to be a first-team all Big Ten back, and he is certainly has a large chance to win the Big Ten back of the year. He is not going to win the Doak Walker Award, barring 400 yards in the next 2 games combined.
I agree.
So he's been a really cool story. I don't want people to leave this season angry because he didn't get his due nationally. Jeremiah Love, I mean, among all the runners, John, honestly, that are around Emmett Johnson statistically, they're playing for playoff contenders, and whether you like it or not, that is going to matter.
That matters to people. That matters to voters and people who select those awards.
Emmett Johnson has come onto the scene lately, but I would be surprised if a whole lot of watchers of college football still really know about him. So barring, again, like I said, just a tremendous couple of games, he is not going to win the Doak Walker. It will be a player on the caliber of Jeremiah Love. But that should not take anything away from what he has been able to do as a running back this season.
As we continue with 1620, the analytics, I wanted to look at Dylan, and I know he's done for the season, so why are we doing this? Well, I think there's an important reason, because I started to hear some of it this past week when we had the conversation about what I am describing as a quarterback situation watch.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Mitchell did a nice job of reading it as if he were a weatherman this morning on the Friday Husker tailgate. Means the conditions are favorable for the development of a situation that could involve Nebraska's quarterbacks in the offseason. Not a controversy, a situation.
Yes.
Because a controversy would imply that both guys are back and there's a decision to be made over a starter. We are not in that kind of a watch yet because we don't know who's going to be on the roster next year. So we're in a quarterback situation watch. But I'm hearing things that folks are already willing, and I know we do this all the time. Once the shiny new toy shows up, we instantly start to look at the old toy and say, that old toy wasn't that much fun. I didn't like it. It wasn't great.
I'm not going to play with you anymore.
Goodbye, Woody.
The conversation, if you want to have the conversation of what kind of a quarterback you favor or what kind of an offense you want to run, that's great. I'll have that conversation.
Let's do it next week. Perfect.
We'll have that we can
Let's
have
do it
that
in December.
conversation any day.
Okay.
But I'm not going to have the conversation of, oh, Dylan's just bad. He's terrible. And just only point out all of his flaws. Because as you are about to see,
Dylan is good.
I went in and did the radar charts, as we call them, to see how Dylan compares to Dylan of last year. And Dylan of this year is in green. Dylan of last year is in orange.
Wow, he way better, John.
There are only 3 categories, and one will not surprise you.
No, it does not. Holy crap.
There are only 3 categories on this chart in which Dylan is decidedly better last year than he was this year. And wouldn't you know who won the pony?
Stargazer.
It's sack rate.
Oh, look at the
He's
star.
a star man.
He wanted to
looking
see
at
the northern
sky.
lights.
He's got tackled.
Yeah, it's
From
sack
behind.
rate. Sack rate.
Yeah, he gets sacked a lot. Folks, he gets sacked a lot.
Right.
It's bad.
The other 2 categories where he is
More
better,
sacks than a canvas store.
he's slightly better in rushing EPA,
Makes sense because he had that long run versus Ohio State last year.
and he is slightly better on early downs.
That's
He's
interesting.
about 75th percentile on early downs. Last year, he was running about 65%. But in every other category on here, overall pass EPA, expected points added per play, in late downs EPA, he's markedly better on late downs than he was last year. He was below 25th percentile last year. He's 75th percentile this year. The explosive play rate has bumped up from about 30% to 75%.
Makes sense to me.
His overall
Doesn't look like
EPA
anything to
per
me.
play has bumped up from about 40-ish% to around 70%. His success rate, how well is he staying ahead of the chains? Last year was in the 50th percentile. This year, it's arguably his best category. He's north of the 75th percentile. In other words, Dylan Raiola has made marked improvement in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the, what is that, 9 categories on this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He has markedly improved.
Wait, he's improved on 6 of the 9 categories?
Nice.
Thank you,
1,
Nick.
2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Not 5 of the 9, Josh.
No, there was a 6th one.
No.
EPA lost turnovers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, okay. I said marked improvement.
Now, I
that
just
one's
wanted
almost.
to-
It's almost over.
Nice.
No, you can't. You don't.
Nice.
You don't force.
Oh, no,
you don't.
is John saying it was 6-7?
It was 5.
No, I'm
6.
saying
5-6?
it's 5.
5-6?
Jeez. Don't confuse the folks out there in Radio Land.
My bad.
So anyway,
Calling him dumb, John.
he is markedly better than he was last year. So
Yes.
let's when we have this conversation, and we will have this
Who are
conversation.
these idiots that are saying he's not better this year over last year? Those people are pinheads.
Well, if they're not saying he's not better, they're just saying he's bad.
Well, those
And that's
people
not
are
ig-
also
and-
pinheads.
And that is not acknowledging the marked improvement
I
we
don't-
have seen from him.
I don't want to talk to pinheads, so I just avoid these people. I mute
All
them.
right. So I decided let's take a look at some comps.
Okay. Who
With
are we
current-
comparing him to?
The first one here, let's say I'm looking at it on a different place than you are.
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck of Miami. Now again, wow, look at Carson
Sack
Beck.
rate.
Carson Beck never gets sacked.
It looks like a duck or a bird.
Pac-Man.
It does look like a duck.
Waka, waka, waka.
Now, Dylan's actually pretty close to equal in preventing turnovers, in rush EPA, in pass EPA, pretty close to equal. Carson Beck just a little bit better at success rate, a little bit better at EPA per play, a little bit better at explosive plays, probably decidedly better on early downs, but Dylan's better on late downs. You know, again, for one of the top quarterbacks in this country, not going to win the Heisman. And I made sure not to, I could have put Fernando Mendoza on here. I could have put, Julian saying on here. I didn't
would
want
be
to look
mean.
at those. I didn't want to look at those.
Stupid. Hey, let's compare him to Patrick Mahomes.
But I do want to compare him to other good quarterbacks.
Sure.
What we would call good college quarterbacks. Dylan here compares decently.
Yeah,
I would say.
I mean, this fits John for me.
Beck.
I think Carson Beck is a better quarterback, slightly, though the sack numbers say he's way better. But this fits my view of Carson Beck. Who's the next quarterback?
The next quarterback is Arch Manning. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Diego. It's Diego.
Diego Pavia.
Yeah.
I don't know why my. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. I put Diego on here just because.
Well, see, now you're being mean. You just said you weren't going to be mean. Now you're being mean. Diego Pavia is a way better quarterback than Dylan Raiola because he can run.
He's also been playing for 9 years.
That's
so
true. He's Nick's age. He's way better. He's way more mobile. He's able to make, but he's just a better quarterback. Like, this makes sense to me that he is better. And again, the sack stuff really does bring Dylan down quite a bit. This isn't surprising. Also, you said you weren't being mean. This is kind of mean.
I don't think this is mean because we're talking about a guy who's been playing college football for how many years?
100.
Versus a guy who's got about 20 games under his belt.
20 is a lot, though.
But Diego's got double that. More than double
probably, yeah, that's true.
More than double that.
All right, who's next?
The next one on here is this year's preseason Heisman frontrunner. That's right.
Holy crap.
Arch Manning.
Crap on a stick. It's Arch Manning.
I'm going to, for the benefit of those of you on the radio, describe this.
Yeah,
imagine if Dylan, who is a giant Pac-Man,
waka,
is devouring and has ingested 2/3 of the state of Massachusetts.
You could say he's almost throating it.
Look at how much better Dylan is in one,
like
2,
some of those emails.
3, 4, 5 different categories. I mean, much better.
That's pretty wild.
The only areas where Arch Manning is decidedly better than Dylan, again, sack rate and rush EPA. Duh, he runs a lot more than Dylan. But in all the passing categories and all the explosive categories and the early down and late down categories, Dylan has been a much better quarterback. Again, against the preseason Heisman frontrunner.
Yikes, that's tough. Whoa!
Next slide.
DJ Lagway, you suck.
Yes, this was the comp that everybody was clinging to earlier this season when The Athletic put out its list of top quarterbacks and had DJ Lagway ranked ahead of Dylan. Can we say that Dylan has almost entirely swallowed DJ Lagway? It's like if Pac-Man swallowed a guppy.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. This is incredible.
And I believe...
You got one more?
I believe. Hang on, I'm looking here. Oh, yes, I do have one more.
Let's just click the arrow and find out.
Well, I wanted to make sure I could see it clearly. Now, on this one, it's a little different because for some reason, Dylan is now the orange and John Mateer of Oklahoma. It's based on who's ahead of who in the alphabet. That's
You're good. I was going to figure it out. We got it.
So Dylan is now in orange and John Mateer is in green.
It's a gobstopper.
And once again, Dylan has
ball. You better stop your gob.
Now, I also understand and acknowledge John Mateer got hurt. He was affected. That it still has affected his play, but it is nice. It's just nice to see in some of these categories. Dylan is a comparable quarterback to some of the guys who have been making a lot more headlines than him and have been in a lot more stories than him and have been the focal point of a lot more conversations than him. So, and again, going way back to the very, 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 very first slide, the improvement in Dylan Raiola is noticeable.
That's going to be awesome for his next team.
Unreal that you would say that.
What do you mean unreal?
His next team being the New York Giants? Next team being the New York Jets?
I don't know who his next team will be, John. It could be the 2026 Cornhuskers.
Another former Husker quarterback on the Jets?
That's a bummer. John, the 2026 Huskers are better than are a different team than the 2025 Huskers. Why did your mind go in such a weird way?
Yeah, I don't think that's what you meant, but I get what you're saying.
D'Lo says, quoting you, Dylan is comparable quarterback to a lot of quarterbacks who underachieved.
Ooh.
He's been better than last year.
He has been better than last year.
Now,
Yeah.
does this coincide with your theory at the beginning of the season that Dylan is either going to jump super high or not improve at all?
I mean, in his numbers wise, they kind of now it's because he's not going to play in the last few games of the season.
Yeah.
I think in the end, I think I was wrong. I think he was in the middle.
Just marginally better.
He improved. He did not make a massive jump. He also was not the same quarterback.
Correct.
He improved. He just didn't improve like people would have hoped.
Like you would hope.
Like anybody would have hoped. Everybody wanted him to improve.
Josh, I tried to keep him in the middle of the road, but he just wanted to veer off into the ditch.
Mm-hmm. That's how.
All right. Coming up next, it's time for Movie Club. Kent's waiting in the green room, and our movie this week, Teeth.
Oh, in honor of the Teethies.
You could say that.
Mm-hmm.
1620 the zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy, where it is an app, a website, John, that you can use in the glorious state of Nebraska. No longer do you have to drive on the interstate over into Iowa and pull over at that weird spot that everybody else does. You can do it in Nebraska, and you use our promo code 1620 the zone. You can score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Whether it is player stats, team stats, all sorts of stuff, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And with a bevy of football games on tap this weekend, John, what a way to do so. And again, you can do it in Nebraska.
Yeah, just go pick your favorite players now and go higher or lower on a number of different stats. Could be tackles for loss or sacks for a defensive player, maybe an interception, yes or no, a first touchdown score, or rushing yards, passing yards, receiving yards. Check it out today. And did Josh mention that you can play here in Nebraska and not have to go to that awkward place on the other side of the Missouri River? Yeah, you can play in Nebraska. So if you would like to sign up today, just download that Underdog app, sign up using our promo code 1620 the zone, score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That promo code again is 1620 the zone. With Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Well, Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club. Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club.
With Kent Wogelmont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Kent, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I have a comment on your Dylan Raiola discussion.
Oh,
yes.
Give it to us.
And here would be two comments. One, sitting up there, he is simply better this year. Eye test shows you that. The sacks are generally not his fault. I sit up there with the binoculars on that offensive line a lot, and they are not good. Okay, they're just not good. And those sacks were not necessarily all his fault. And you notice they've gotten a lot better when they started. Let's just be a running team for a while.
And getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands faster.
Exactly. And the third thing is people will change their tunes if, shall we say, they go play two good defenses in Penn State and Iowa, who might make the new hero not quite look so shiny and new. Let's just say UCLA is probably not the best test.
They are bad.
Yeah, as we pointed out earlier this week, the worst defense they saw was Houston Christian, a game that TJ saw a lot of time in. The next worst defense is Akron, a defense that TJ saw a lot of time. And then comes UCLA.
Correct.
So 3 of the worst defenses they've seen this year were the defenses that TJ mostly saw. Yes, there was part of a half against USC, but USC, I believe, is the 5th worst defense that Nebraska has seen this year. So the next 2 games are going to tell us a lot more than last week will. Not that will be the end all be all judgment of whether or not TJ can be a good college quarterback, but that's in this day and age where you've got to make up your mind with the transfer portal what you're going to do or what direction you want to go in. You know, what happens in the next 2 games, well, 3 if you want to count the bowl game, will probably weigh a little heavier than what we saw on Saturday, though what we saw on Saturday was very good.
It was good, but as I say, let's see what Iowa does with him. Iowa's a good defensive team always.
They're a great defensive team.
Yeah, they're 6th best in the country according to K Ford. So yeah, they're very.
Let's see if we can run against them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
The movie this week.
Speaking of interesting,
kind of done on a dare because I don't even know how Josh started mentioning this, but it was mentioned off air.
Yeah,
and then I decided, well, fine, we'll do it. The movie is called Teeth,
and so. Just at the top of this, I think it would be responsible for us to do a trigger warning just in case people have something with rape and sexual assault.
Okay.
I think that's an important thing to do.
Okay.
Go ahead, John.
Well, or if you have a trigger anytime a body part gets cut off, especially a certain body part. So how it goes, and very simply, is this. Dawn is a high school student, an attractive young woman who is doing abstinence programs at schools across town and preaching the health and the purity of abstinence. She meets a boy who also is in the group, and they begin to see each other, but they try to keep a distance or at least go out in groups. Well, one time they decided not to. And one thing leads to another. They end up in an isolated place near a lake, and he starts to force himself upon her. at which time fangs are bared and whop.
I mean, they're not really bared.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? You bare your fangs. Fangs come out. You don't see it.
I didn't think that anything came out.
Yeah. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I figured it was in.
I guess I was imagining like a cat claw situation.
Oh, okay.
Like a
Well,
guillotine.
anyway,
Mm-hmm.
off it comes. Off it comes. And she is horrified. She leaves the scene. He leaves the scene, never to be seen again.
Just leave it in the cave.
Yeah,
You did just kind of leave it behind for
and
that
left
crab.
and left it in the cave. She returns to the scene shortly thereafter because she's concerned. She doesn't really understand what just happened, and finds that his body is being recovered from the lake.
Mm-hmm.
He has drowned himself. She's distraught. Comes across another person that has become friends with her, and he kind of seduces her using, I believe, a sedative. Maybe it's the date rape drug, something to that effect, and a little stimulation, if you will. And they end up having successful relations without it coming off. That is, until she finds out that he only did the act because it was a dare. And so the next time it happens, here comes the fangs, it comes off.
John, did you skip? I think you did skip the trip to the doctor.
Yeah, the
That
doctor
was-
thing is
yes,
also assault.
Yes, there also was a trip to the OBGYN in which 4 fingers got let go. Now, I haven't mentioned really the family dynamic of this. She has a very sick mother. The mother falls ill. The mother has to go to the hospital. Her brother, who is a stepbrother, by the way, is completely ignoring the mom, having sex with his girlfriend. And the mother later passes away because of his negligence if he would have gotten her assistance earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Later finds out that this stepbrother has feelings for his stepsister. So she uses her talents to get revenge.
This is the most in-depth, by the way, we have ever done for a movie setup.
Yeah, it
I was
is.
going to say he's doing the entire.
I thought he was just going to be like, there's a woman, she's got something going on inside of her that can do something, and then we would discuss it. John's just going plot beat by plot
He
beat.
is.
Well,
Right
I mean, let's just. I mean, that's basically what it's about.
No,
ladies and
that's
gentlemen.
that's what the movie is, I would
Yeah.
say.
Well, there
That
you
is just
go.
the
I
movie.
just did it for you, but there it is. That is teeth. And so now our thoughts.
You picked it, John. You can start off with
Go
the
ahead, John.
thoughts.
Well, first off, once again, my colleagues don't understand me. They for some reason, why would you like a movie like this? I mean, it
So you did like it.
It was okay.
So then we nailed how you would think about it.
No, you didn't nail anything.
Interesting.
You didn't nail anything. The premise is rather humorous, right? Because if anything, you could look at it from the standpoint of, and Nick said, the trigger warning, but you talk about a female revenge film. This has elements of that in there because she uses her powers to gain revenge. And so there's that concept of it. I thought it would be a little
Funnier.
It
was way more serious than I was expecting it to be.
I am shocked that it's considered a dark comedy because there are parts that could be funny, but it's overshadowed by what's happening in that moment too.
And I don't want to spoil a different movie, but I thought of this movie as I watched it, and Schaefer, when I told him on Monday or on Wednesday, he filled in for John, I told him that this was the movie, and he compared it to the same movie that I thought of, and he said, it's like a poor man's It Follows. And I thought of that, like, I don't know, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes into that movie. And I don't want to give away what It Follows is because that is a great horror movie among the last decade of horror movies. And that one, it's much different. And you go in knowing it's serious, Whereas this one, I think we went in expecting a bit more hilarity. I mean, it's an interesting idea, which is why people have been talking about this movie since it came out 20 years ago, because it's so unique.
It is almost 20 years.
I didn't hate it. I just didn't think it was. I thought that the main actress, I thought she was pretty good, honestly. I didn't think that way about everybody else. I just didn't think, Kent, that like every guy in the movie was a piece of garbage. Like,
yes.
Every one of them.
Every single one.
The main guy, like the first guy, her brother, the doc, like you get the, man, OBGYN, such an interesting profession. But like I'm getting bad vibes.
The second
from this
he
guy.
took the glove off,
and I'm like, this guy's a terrible person.
And that, I really have tried to put together my thoughts on this movie because it came out in 2007, which is well before the Me Too thing. So on one hand, it's really ahead of its time talking about these social things that happen to women and these problems that women go through. But on the other hand, they got a bit too gratuitous with all the assault scenes. I feel like they didn't have to go in as much detail as they did. And it was very visceral. It was very hard to watch because she was getting taken advantage of by every single guy in her life.
Just to play devil's advocate, the plot of the movie is that she has this thing,
right?
Like you, so you have to get there.
Yes.
So,
no, I get that, but by the third time she's sexually assaulted, that's when I just couldn't do it anymore.
Turn it off.
I turned it off.
Yo, you didn't even see the end?
No, I looked up the synopsis. I know what happens, but I couldn't keep watching. After she goes to that guy after her mom's in the hospital, and then he gives her the pills that his mom takes to relax. When he did that, that's when I couldn't do it. Like, he was rubbing her. I'm like, nope, I can't do this.
Wow.
I can't do this. Because even then, even though nothing happened, that was still, she was under the influence.
Oh, yeah.
That was rape.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she was doing it, when it was consensual, she was still under the impression that I don't think she realized that she was raped that first time that happened.
Yeah.
And like John said, it is kind of like a revenge empowerment story, but it felt weirdly handled, you know? And I did like some parts, like she was reading about Medusa, and if you know the lore and story behind Medusa, she became the Gorgon because she was assaulted in Athena's temple, and she was punished for that because she was raped in the temple. And that's why she became Medusa. So that was an interesting connection that they drew that I saw there that wasn't really like hit you over the head with it. I thought that was a cool inclusion, but
I mean, the idea that she has this ability kind of implied that it was going to be that there was going to be that behavior in there. Otherwise, she wouldn't do what she did.
I'm not saying it like the first time. Sure. You know, the first time I get that, but 2 other times after that, like, why couldn't there be a time where she was legitimately with a guy? It was consensual, it was intimate, and then it just happened, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, why did every single time it happened have to be related to assault?
Well, but then wouldn't that take the movie in a completely different direction because now she's quote unquote found someone and there would be no reason? Because remember, at the end, the brother, she seduces him to get revenge.
Mm-hmm.
There wouldn't have been any of that.
What did you think, Kent?
What did I think? Okay. I looked up what I wrote briefly before. 2 things about this movie that need to be said beforehand. It had I believe, $2 million budget, which makes it relatively low budget in 2008. And it did $2 million at the box office. So all the talk about it has come since it's been released on video or streaming or whatever. I gave it, we were doing 4 stars at the time, and I gave it 2.5. What this really is you got to go back to its time. At its heart, at its core, this is a satire of the purity movement that was prevalent in the early 2000s. I mean, this was
as a youth group kid, Kent, from that era. I mean, gosh, I felt like I was back at youth camp again.
Yeah, I'd see a bunch of that stuff growing up too.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So that what he's trying to do is satirize that and make a horror movie and make a feminist movie, right? There are people that have analyzed it as a feminist movie, female revenge movie, whatever you want to call it. But he tried to put all of those things together and make it a comedy. And it doesn't entirely work as any of those, but it's not completely horrible. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And then as far as the connection with Medusa, the connection to the whole story is that old, because what we're talking about here is something they called vagina dentata, as in vagina with teeth. And that is ancient mythology, goes all the way back to, I think, Roman, perhaps Greek or Roman. And that has been around as a concept, or whatever you want to call it, for what, 1,500 years, something like that.
Yeah.
So that's where he gets the idea. He pushes this through, and the first half of the movie, I think, actually works pretty well. And if you know it's a dark comedy, it's actually kind of funny. And then when it goes and takes that turn and becomes a bit repetitious, but also I don't think he knew where to go with it, right? That's probably why you had 1, 2, 3, however many of these encounters, because they had one idea and then they started pulling in the story of the mom and all of that, and it kind of loses its way in a bit there too. So
Sure.
So that's where, so I put it somewhere in the middle, not awful, but certainly not all that good.
Yeah, I gave it 3 out of 5, Ken, on Letterboxd, so I think we're kind of in the same spot.
We're right on the same, to 2.5 out of 4.
Yeah, I would have been about a 2.
I couldn't agree with you more about like the mom plot. I thought, I mean, the reason that it exists, other than to maybe show that the main character is a good person, is to use that as an impetus to go after her stepbrother. Right, and like
who was a real piece of crap.
Yeah, that guy sucks. But otherwise,
by the way, do you know who the stepbrother is?
No, who was it?
Do you remember the bust out episode of The Sopranos where he busts out the guy in the that's the Scatino kid.
Oh, Eric Scatino.
That David that Tony gave the Jeep to, because that was payoff for the loan. They basically swapped cars. That's him.
Wow.
Also, I don't know exactly who he was, but the guy who gave her the pills, he was in Wolf of Wall Street.
Yes, I noticed that too. Yeah.
And she, by the way, won a Sundance Film Festival acting award for this. So the main character did. I think she was good.
Yeah,
somebody
she was
else
good.
Guess what? Wexler.
Wexler.
Weixler.
Yeah. She's not really done much since then, but she did win a Sundance Film Festival acting award, and probably deserved. I thought she was good. And the doctor guy, you see him a lot. He's a kind of established character actor at this point, and he's pretty creepy in a 6-minute scene or whatever that is.
Very creepy.
Remember, this is a 90-minute movie. It may seem longer than that, but this is an hour and a half.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
You might say it gets in and out quickly.
Nice.
Hey-oh.
Yeah. I guess I was, because as I picked it, I was thinking back to, some of the B movies of my youth. I think it was called It's Alive. It was when the woman gives birth to this beast that just runs around and starts devouring people. Just with the cheesy special effects and all of that stuff. That's kind of the mentality I went into. And sure, there will be a scene involving a dog that's pretty funny. But I didn't have nearly as many laugh out loud moments as I thought I would have. And you're right. They did try to take it a little bit seriously, especially towards the end, because it just kind of lost its way a little bit, just enough to where it didn't feel like it was. And I think the ending could have been a little more
with her in the truck.
Yeah,
I would
could have
agree.
been a little more satisfactory. But, all in all, it wasn't terrible. It just wasn't great.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a Slim Dunlap who played guitar in the Replacements for years, but put out some solo records before. Slimmer has a song that's called "Ain't Exactly Good." Ain't half bad, but it ain't exactly good. That's this movie.
Yeah. There it is.
So that's Teeth.
That is Teeth. Amazon Prime is where you find it.
Before we move onward, here is watch this. It's really good. Netflix. Frankenstein is on there now. Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, and it's good. It is really,
did you get to see it on the big screen, Ken, or have you only watched it on your television?
It did not play in Lincoln on the big screen. The only place I think in Omaha played or in Nebraska was, I think it played maybe at the Alamo or somewhere up there.
Okay.
That was it, but it didn't play here. But it's really, it's a return to a real Frankenstein movie. It's not, one of the 8 million rehashes. Who could be a more perfect director for that movie than Del Toro? So
interesting.
All right, check that out on Netflix. What are we checking out next time, Josh?
We are going back to Prime. Kent, this is a movie that has come up recently on the crossover with Connor Happer. Nick and John have no idea what it is about, and I'm imagining it will be kept that way until they click play. We are going to watch Spotlight.
Oh, my.
Yeah, a very heavy movie. Again, they don't know what it's about, and we keep trying to say it is a very serious movie. So go in knowing it will be a very serious movie, but it's also really good.
It was my best movie of the year it came out.
I think it's 2015, 2016.
Okay.
It's awesome.
It's really good, but it ain't no comedy.
Yeah, do not go in expecting any laughs. No laughs expected.
So the laughs I should have got from Teeth, I won't get out of this either.
Correct.
Not at all.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll be next week. Spotlight on Amazon Prime. There's no game to pick this week, Kent.
Oh, bummer.
Which is fine by me.
That's true.
I could get another one wrong. Actually, I think I picked Nebraska last week.
I was going to say you did. I think you picked to win by 7 too, Ken. So I think you ended up being spot on.
Yeah.
You're the rarest of events.
Exactly. Well, Kent, we'll talk Spotlight next week, and good to have you back in your regular time slot. Glad things are going well. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, things are going well, and I just dropped 100 on a celebratory lunch, so that was.
Let's go. Nice. That's awesome.
I love
retirement is agreeing with Kent, ladies and gentlemen. Retirement is agreeing with Kent.
Thank you, Kent.
Kent joining us every week in the movie club. All right, we will continue with more of the Grum after this, but first, a quick word for our good friends at Underdog. Man alive, there are so many games you can pick from this weekend. We got the game of the year in the NFL, Rams Seahawks. Of course, the Chiefs are playing the Broncos, Bucks Bills. But it doesn't matter the game. All you need to do is make sure you have Underdog on your phone or your laptop. Underdog, best place to get in on all the action. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and a whole lot more. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Woo! Download that app today because we've got a great promo code for you to get you off to a great start when you start playing with Underdog, which, by the way, you can do in Nebraska.
John, the promo code, of course, is 1620 The Zone, all one word, 1620 The Zone, and score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code 1620 The Zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, zonetv.live, and we are very happy to welcome in the popular Twitter handle, Stats-O-War, a guy we quote every week in 1620 The Analytics, because his graphs and charts look better than everybody else's, and his information's pretty darn good too. Parker Fleming is back with us on the Grum. Parker, how you doing on this mid-November day?
I'm doing great. I think two things. One, love that, graphs and charts are useful to you guys. I really just try to take my brain and say, how do I think about things and get it out there? So I love that it's useful. Also, my wife is a graphic designer, and so she has bullied me about my charts until I've made them look good. So, definitely have some reinforcement there to make things look a certain way, just because my wife has the design eye too. So team effort.
Well, okay. Compliments to Mrs. Fleming, by the way.
Mrs. Stats-O-War.
Mrs. Stats-O-War, cfb-graphs.com. That's where we're going every week, folks, when we do our comparisons. In fact, I think I might have an example for those who are watching, and obviously got a lot of folks who just listen, but if you watch in and you see things that look a little bit like this, this is Parker's stuff. Now I've modified it to fit on the page, but the estimated points, advanced stance preview, this is all Parker's stuff, and we quote Parker each and every week when we talk about what does the computer say about this matchup. So just to give you a little background, because there's a lot of people now in the analytics space, Parker's one of our absolute favorites. So if you want to see some of this stuff for yourself and play around on the site, CFB-graphs, use the dash, not the word dash, the actual dash, CFB-graphs.com. That's what we're quoting often when we talk about Parker. Well, let's talk about this week, Parker, because, more important games. Obviously, there are teams who feel pretty comfortable where they are in the playoff right now, others who got to win and cannot lose anymore. And one of those games that fits that bill is Alabama and Oklahoma. Oklahoma has one of the toughest schedules this year. We knew this coming in. We knew this at the end of the non-con. They've reached this point somehow. They're still in a spot. Do you see, when you look at this matchup, if Oklahoma even can just keep it close, that they still have an argument for the playoff, or is this must win for them?
Yeah, one, there's uncertainty in the playoff committee right now with the whole macros thing that I don't want to comment on, but it's happening and then being crazy. So who knows what they're going to do? But I think, Oklahoma, everything is on the table in front of them. Certainly a win here feels like a really solid step towards them reaching the playoff. And I think a close loss is Oklahoma fans starting to white knuckle a little bit and get a little bit nervous about getting in, because I think there's going to be a lot of clustering right there, kind of in that 8 to 16 range. And I think if Oklahoma can't get a win here, they're probably going to find themselves on the other side of that line. That being said, I do think there's an opportunity for their offense to dramatically kind of affect what Alabama wants to do on offense. Rather, Oklahoma's defense is 4th. Alabama's offense is 11th in opponent adjusted EPA per play. And I think there's opportunities for Brent Venables, who's seen this offense before, be able to kind of attack and disrupt. The big thing is going to be Oklahoma's offense and what they can do with John Mateer. Is he healthy? Can they run the quarterback? That's been Alabama's kryptonite on defense all season. They have been attacked by rushing quarterbacks. That +1 in the run game has really stress tested this defense. That's 23rd in EPA per rush allowed relative to 6th on defense, so has been struggling there. And we haven't seen Oklahoma with that quarterback run game this season. They're 27th, or sorry, excuse me. They 27% rushing the quarterback, but they are 70th in EPA per rush. So can they find ways to rush Mateer and make it efficient, get that volume as well as that efficiency, and really attack this Alabama defense? I think that's the big question here, pending how healthy Mateer is.
Yeah, and speaking of the health, Parker, I'm curious as to how you are trying to put that into perspective in terms of your numbers, because you have what Oklahoma did in the non-conference, which looks like this entirely different season now, given how the offense has played, and in particular how Mateer has played since the injury, and since I would say he was rushed back from the surgery in the Red River Shootout against Texas. How are you trying to build that into your numbers and into your data?
Yes, so I'm not a doctor. Well, I'm not that kind of doctor, so I don't. Can't necessarily comment on whether they brought him back too early or what the injury looks like. But I think when I make these numbers, what I'm trying to do is get a baseline understand, like the mean outcome. Every game is a draw from a distribution, right? And we're saying, hey, we think it's centered around this number of this outcome, and we know that there's some random variance that's going to come in. So that's what I try to put there. With these numbers. So the numbers that you see on the website do not account for injury. They don't account for weather. They don't account for acts of God or, the tip your uncle gave you last Saturday and said, hey, this one's definitely going to cash, right? That's not what they're designed to do. What they're designed to do is say the baseline of how this team is playing recently, and I weight more recent games more heavily than games far away. So that's one way that injuries could enter this, is this. And then what you can do as an informed college football fan, analyst, media person, can go in and say, oh, okay, well, with Mateer being healthy, actually, I'm going to drop the offense another couple points here. With Alabama's defense having a starter out, I'm going to drop them a little bit here and kind of do that tinkering yourself. I think the best way to get a right answer is to start with the wrong answer. And in many ways for college football, these projections are a wrong answer because they take aggregate team data and they don't account for who's starting at quarterback or what the weather's going to be. So they are just kind of a baseline there. The recency weighting is where you get into like, oh, John Mateer hasn't looked like himself. Oklahoma's offense has fallen to 43rd in EPA per play. We're capturing some of that.
Yeah.
Talking with Parker Fleming, Stats O War, another huge game. Again, very likely a must win. The Texas Longhorns taking on Georgia this week. And when you look at the side-by-side at cfb-graphs.com, a lot of blue, which you would expect. Blue is good, red is bad. One thing that kind of stands out to me, and it's something we talked about with Nebraska a lot this year, is that points per quality drive. Texas is kind of middle of the country offensively, but this is an area where Georgia, who we usually assume is a great defense, has not been great this year. They're only 124th in points per quality drive, meaning that when teams get into that scoring zone, they're coming away with something that's more than a field goal, which I have to imagine for Georgia is a night and day differential from what they have traditionally been under Kirby Smart.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one, on one side of the ball on Texas, this has kind of been the hallmark of the Steve Sarkisian offense. You think a couple of years ago was when 2022 playoff, 23 playoff, when they played Washington. And that whole season, I think they were never better than like 95th in points per quality drive. And so we've seen that Texas does have issues finishing in the red zone. Georgia this year is kind of interesting. So to get stats nerdy for a little bit here, I do regularize those points per quality drive, because if you don't give up a lot of points per quality drive, if you don't give up a lot of quality drives, then what you're mostly seeing in points per quality drive is the few random big touchdowns that you gave. And so that's going to, filter that out. So to account for that, I do some regularization, some statistical stuff to make sure that we're really getting a true effect. So this is extremely concerning for Georgia, especially as they're not giving up a lot of quality drives, and we're accounting for those big play touchdowns to say, let's bring that down. And they're still this bad in those situations. So it's a really interesting quality quantity trade-off, right? Texas is going to get fewer quality drives. Can they make those quality drives a higher quality? Can they get more points per drive, even as the volume of those attempts gets lower? That'll kind of determine the game. I do think that we're looking at another possible game here where Texas keeps it close, even if it doesn't feel like that, just because Texas is able to squeeze a little more juice out of the few quality drives they get, even as Georgia's defense doesn't let them move down the field often. Maybe kind of like that Ohio State game where it didn't feel like they were there. Yeah.
And speaking of Tech, you mentioned a moment ago in the previous answer about how more recent games weigh a little heavier than previous games, and Texas has been better in recent games, certainly much better than they were early in the season when it looked like Arch Manning was an entirely flop altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just look at EPA per play, and against Mississippi State was their third best game of the season. Vanderbilt was their second best game of the season. It's just a sea of red. And then you've got Mississippi State and Vanderbilt as white and blue, kind of getting better as they go. And the defense stabilizing a little bit, especially the run defense. I think that's the big deal on the other side of the ball for Texas here. That run defense has played very well against, Vanderbilt last week, who's moved the ball very well. And then Kentucky and Mississippi State, who I wouldn't call rushing teams by any stretch of the imagination. So, but that run defense is holding up, giving them a longer leash, and the offense is moving in the right direction. Especially, I mean, they averaged over a point per pass, or over a half point per pass against Vanderbilt last week, And I mean, did they throw the ball downfield more than 5 times? No, they were just going horizontal. So are you going to be able to get away with that versus Kirby Smart? I don't know. You've been playing better earlier, but I don't know that you're going to be able to just say, and what Texas did to Vanderbilt was say, hey, we're going to spread you out horizontally, and then we have better athletes than you. You don't have better athletes than Georgia. So there's going to have to be something where Arch is going to have to find that downfield pass to keep things moving.
Parker, speaking of quality drive rate and points per quality drive, I think Iowa USC is such a fascinating matchup, especially the good on good of the Trojans offense versus the Hawkeyes defense. And I mean, you're looking at two very similar teams. Like John mentioned, blue is good. There's a lot of blue on both the USC offense and the Iowa defense. Quality drive rate for USC, they're literally the best in the country. Iowa's defense is 6. Points per quality drive, USC is 23. Iowa's 22. I mean, so this game to me, I mean, I know we could look at the other side of the ball, but it certainly seems to be who can USC get those good drives? And then if so, will Iowa's defense be able to bow up, or are they going to be able to finish the job? I think that's going to tell the story in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to rain. I mean, it's just going to be a mess. Like, it's exactly what Iowa wants there. But yeah, so looking at that, really interesting, because the other stat that stands out, so we try to keep those drive stats like together. USC is 128th in starting field position on offense. So that is good and bad. It's good because despite that, you still have the highest quality drive rate. Like, even with no field position advantage, you're moving. The bad news is Iowa is 13th in starting field position allowed, and they want to make you march down the field, and that's going to be much harder. And so you'd expect that quality drive rate to come down as that field position matters a little bit more here against Iowa. But yes, Iowa back-to-back, against Oregon last week and then against USC this week, 2 of the most interesting games of the season, 2 very big nationally relevant games, which I think is funny. I think people saw Iowa with an FCS transfer at quarterback and, Kirk doing one last ride, but the vision really seems to be there. That offense is 53rd overall. And I wonder how much they can stress test this USC defense, who has been good against the pass, 14th in EPA per dropback allowed, but very bad against the rush, 76th in EPA per rush. That seems like Iowa has a very clear path here to pound the rock, move the ball, and get USC just playing on their own side of the field. And that's how Iowa wants to win this game. So really interesting who can kind of impose their will, especially because USC is a team that will run and wants to run.
Yes.
That Lincoln Riley, like, they're going to run the GT counter. They're going to do that. They'll pass. They're still high in rush rate over expected. Don't get me wrong. But Iowa's a defense that has been rushed against as much as anybody, 110th in rush rate over expected against, because you want to stay away from that passing secondary and you're worried about getting trapped there. What is USC able to do? Do they try to pass and test the secondary? Do they try to run and see if they can go against that defense? How does that affect the pace? So many interesting questions with style from what USC tries to do against this Iowa defense.
Not so much about the game, because their matchup against UCF is going to be very one-sided, but Texas Tech, of course, is coming off their biggest win of the season, knocking off previously undefeated BYU. They've been a big story this season because of the money, not because of the stats. But then you look at the stats, and especially on defense, this team is elite, to use a Matt Rule phrase, on defense. And their only Achilles, or at least the Achilles that has shown up the most, and it even showed up against BYU, finishing drives, especially with touchdowns. They could have won that game 42-7, but instead it ended up being a ton of field goals. That seems to be the one bug that has bitten Texas Tech, that if it is going to prevent them from getting into the playoff or going deep into the playoff, it's going to be just that.
Yeah, and for all the money Texas Tech spent on the defense and the offensive line, it is kind of amazing that they could not figure out how to get a true number 1 wide receiver or potentially a quarterback to elevate them. Now, they spent a lot of money. It's hard to complain about spending a lot of money, but I think if we look back and Texas Tech doesn't win a couple games in the playoff, we'll think, yeah, they bought the lines, but they didn't, they rolled with Baron Morton and the combination of Douglas Virgil and Eakin as their 3 top targets just wasn't enough to really take them to the next level. We saw Eakin with a bad drop in the red zone against BYU. And that BYU defense, I think, is closer to the caliber of defense they're going to see in the playoff in terms of what you're going to have to do. And basically Texas Tech just got away with doing enough and then taking the points, and their defense really, really frustrated a BYU offense that struggled. So really interesting to look at, what Texas Tech does to try to ameliorate those red zone struggles. I think if you're a Texas Tech fan, you're saying, hey, Baron Morton's been hurt. Will Hammond's been in and out. We're going to get a couple reps here against bad teams at the end of the season. We're going to hit the Big 12 championship rolling, and that stuff's going to get better. Maybe that's certainly possible. But I think watching how they spread the ball around and just kind of what they have at the skill positions is an interesting trial for roster construction going forward because they did not really invest in the wide receiver and the quarterback room as much as the other positions.
Parker, a big picture question for you. One of my favorite new things that you've done over the last few weeks has been your EPA by quarter chaos chart. And I'll retweet it right now for those who have not had a chance to see it. It's really, really interesting stuff. And you can see Indiana leads the way, Texas Tech, who we just talked about, Ohio State rounding out the top three. Nebraska's is so fascinating because they get off to a really good start in the first half. And then it's not just that they're like below water in the third quarter. I mean, they completely crash. Like, I wonder whether it's Nebraska or other teams, like, what are your takeaways when you're checking this out, especially when you look at the top contenders that we think could win a national championship or contend for a playoff, and even those kind of like fringe top 25 programs right now, like Nebraska?
Yeah, I think it's interesting to kind of hold in comparison of like Nebraska to a couple other teams of Oregon, who's minus 30 EPA in the fourth quarter, or Alabama, who's minus 9 EPA in the third quarter. Look at Pittsburgh, who's minus 8 in the fourth quarter, right? And Nebraska, the difference is two things. One, their highs are not as high. I think their best quarter is the second quarter. They're plus 36 EPA per play. And their lows are lower than those guys. They're minus 31 EPA in the third quarter. So a couple things stand out with that. One, Nebraska hasn't reached necessarily the ceiling on offense to really separate, I think, with that. And then two, anytime you see coming out of the half in that third quarter such a different differential, you got to start asking about coaching adjustments. And so this is hard to do, but you can kind of ask, are you doing things that aren't working, or are you not doing things? And that's I kind of think the difference there in the third quarter for Nebraska. That really seems to be the hole that they're digging themselves into. Now, again, Raiola was hurt a couple weeks ago. Like there's some issues you could kind of flag and say, yeah, things got really bad in the third quarter. We know that there's not anything magical about the quarters. You know, some coaches will talk about middle eight and talk about how important that is. Those aren't magical points. That's like a motivational tool. It's fine, whatever. But looking at this just kind of helps you think about where in a game, you know, are you starting slow? Are you finishing well? Memphis has plus 83 EPA in the fourth quarter, and we know that they've come back a couple times in the fourth quarter. So it's a nice diagnostic, kind of help you start to peel back layers. And I think when we look at Nebraska, one of the worst teams in the country in the third quarter, just differential. It's not adjusted for opponent, but especially relative. You know, they're playing the same opponents for all four quarters. So relative to the rest of the opponent, I think we're pretty confident that something's going on coming out of the half where Nebraska is either getting out adjusted or is making the wrong adjustments and struggling to really come back, even as they claw their way to positive EPA in the fourth quarter.
One of the motivations, and by the way, we're talking with Parker Fleming, Stats-O-War on Twitter, to have you on this week was the graph that you put out. And for those of you watching it again on our YouTube channel or on ZoneTV.live, we'll put it up again. But this was a tweet from yesterday, and Parker, I'm going to zoom in on this, put up college football's best run games. These are non-QB runs through week 11. And as Parker mentions in the tweet, the further right you go would seem to indicate that there's a better scheme or a better offensive line. The further north and south you go, up and down, has to do with running back talent, because it's all about broken tackles. And I think a lot of people might be surprised to see where Nebraska sits in this. It certainly indicates that it's whether it's scheme. We have quoted the line yards all season long, that Nebraska has been one of the best line yards offensive lines in the country. And with a guy like Emmett Johnson, who's gotten well over 90% of all the non-QB runs this season, I think a lot of people are surprised that maybe a lot of the credit needs to go to the offensive line and to the Dana Holgorsen scheme. I'd like to allow you to kind of explain what we're looking at here.
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of comparing this again, very open hand here, right? Like this is one way to start to think about it. This is far from definitive, but just putting this kind of biplot, these two axes up here to say, hey, where are your yards coming from, before contact or after contact? And a lot of times in college football, those before contact yards are related to the type of run. Certain schemes get that, the situation in which you run. For instance, on 3rd and 1 and 1st and 10, you're going to expect to have different yards before contact. But then there's a third thing that we need to think about here as well. Yards before contact and yards after contact are correlated in the sense that, like, if you break a 10-yard run and get chased down from behind and tackled, you're not going to get a lot of yards after contact, right? And so, those high yards for contact, some of that is just the reality of the type of contact you get. But I think what we're seeing with Nebraska is they're creating solid opportunities and they're about average. You see that red line there, Nebraska just below average, similar to Iowa State and UCF in taking advantage of those opportunities. And so this highlights a couple of things. Like, EJ is getting production, right? Like, somebody has to take those carries. He is taking those carries and doing it, and he's about average at creating that. Now, is this one for one saying, hey, if I swapped, the running back from UNLV, you could see they're really good at yards after contact, and threw him on Nebraska instead of EJ, Nebraska's run game would be much better? No. We can't say anything like that statistically, but what we can say is that the way that Nebraska's run game has been going, they've been creating a lot of yards before contact, and that has been where most of their driving has come from, which we do attribute to scheme, type of run, decision to run, and the offensive line playing well and giving those holes to the running back.
Fascinating.
Really, really great stuff. And again,
Yeah.
can't recommend it enough. It's our favorite analytics breakdown for game by game site. By the way, just ran a simulation because you can literally do simulations. Indiana, Ohio State on a neutral field. Right now, Parker's projection, Ohio State 22.56 to Indiana 21.93.
Oh my
God. As close as you can get. You can do
Oh,
that now. You can go
close.
play with it. You can go play with it right now. You can put Nebraska in there. You can do whatever you want, but it's all on cfb-graphs.com. Parker Fleming, Stats Award. Parker, always a great conversation. We wish you had more time. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on the Grum this week.
Thanks for having me anytime, guys.
Parker Fleming joining us here on 1620 The Zone. We will continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. It's a One Beer Friday. We'll do that next on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, for that.
I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next week. I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
Oh!
Nice
that?
beer.
What
Did you
was
get that?
What'd you do?
What, John?
It's magic.
Look at that.
It's magic. Now,
Magic Johnny.
oh, this beer is so cold. It's
Nice,
so good.
Nice.
You're holding
It's-
it like it's hot cocoa. Oh.
That's 'cause
No! To hide it, John.
Hide
this
it,
is like
hide it!
This is like being at March Madness courtside. You're not allowed to have other
it's like
logos.
it's in a silver can. Does that count? It's my own silver bullet.
Nice.
It's called Diet Coquille
That's from Cross Strain.
from Cross Strain.
A fine
Imagine
drink
that.
from
Cross Strain. Welcome everyone to One Beer Friday, brought to you by Cross Strain Brewing Company from the Arena Bowl here at CHI Health Center Omaha for tonight's game 3 of the season, Creighton and UMES. That would be Maryland Eastern Shore. Connor Happer is getting up shots right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he is.
Unfortunately,
Mr.
no,
Stripes.
I don't have effects feed tonight, so
Clank.
we won't be able to hear the clanking unless I actually drag my mic over there, and I don't think the cord is quite long enough.
Mm-hmm.
But Connor and Sam Noonan, our great production director, and oh, there you go, 40'3". Not from Connor though. Not from Connor.
One more
Not
time,
from
Nick.
Connor.
Oh, Happer won't.
Sam-
He can't
no,
make. How many shots can one man miss?
You almost timed that sound effect perfectly with Connor's actual shot that also hit the rim. So welcome everyone to CHI Health Center, One Beer Friday, Cross Drain Brewing Company. John, Josh, and Nick with you. Still to come, we got predictions and what's for dinner. We'll get an abbreviated content in here in just a little bit. But if you have a picture of what you would like to be drinking this weekend on this warm, glorious, early summer day,
We are going to
here
be
in the
paying
heartland.
for this in the winter.
Oh yeah, when it's negative 20 degrees and like 5 One Beer Fridays, yeah, that's gonna be pain.
Yeah,
It'll be
yeah,
bad.
it is going to be bad. You can send it to us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Just use that hashtag One Beer Friday, and you must use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Otherwise, we won't be able to find you.
Yes.
As Connor airballs the half court shot. You won't get picked, and you want to get picked because you want to earn $25 to cross strain.
Yep.
So, look at this.
Shoot it,
Connor
John!
misses. Connor missed so bad he tried to throw it at me.
John, throw it.
The funny part was Connor was standing right in front of me, and somehow the ball came backwards.
Throw it.
I mean, look at this goober. Look at this goober. Can't even do it. I don't see. That's the thing. Throwing it from here.
Just do it
from here. If I make this, this will be the greatest moment in the history of the universe. Oh, God. That was off. That was way off. That was my bad. No, that was my good hand. I can't even lie. I forget I'm on video. I could have used my bad hand or said it was my bad hand. But anyway, welcome back here to the Grum. So Jack Mitchell and I got into and Nate Rohr, we do the Friday Husker Tailgate, had a nice discussion, pretty spirited for a off week.
Oh,
talking about
were you yelling at each other?
No.
Oh.
I guess spirited maybe isn't the right word. Spirited, I guess, would indicate that there was it was just a energetic, lot of stuff being said, right, in the conversation. And one of the things, we kind of brought it up a little bit earlier, but I think people are just so willing to throw away what Dylan accomplished this year way too easily, way too soon. And I don't think you can afford to do that, especially if you're going to have an actual serious conversation at season's end about what's going to happen.
Yeah, real quick, what do you mean by throw it away? Are you talking about they're ready to move on from him? Or
yes.
Okay.
Ready to move on. But it's one thing to say you're ready to move on because I just don't like that style of quarterback, or I don't think that style of quarterback can win at this level.
For record, that's kind of where I'm at in this discussion.
Versus, well, Dylan didn't really accomplish anything. Dylan didn't really improve. That's a fallacy. We've shown you the numbers. We've gone over that. That's and to think that, and I think I said this on Tuesday, to say that he has hit some kind of a ceiling or some kind of a peak would also be a fool's errand because he only played about 20 games in college.
That is a lot of games, though, isn't it? Is that not a lot of games in college when
you can still? But so you're saying guys can't get better?
No, I do think at a certain point, you kind of know who somebody is, at least in college, right? Like, there's not a 10-year runway. I mean, maybe for Diego Pavia, but for most quarterbacks, there's not a 10-year runway, right? You cannot Sam Darnold a college career, especially for a guy who, let's see, I mean, I keep thinking, John, that he only has one more season, and maybe that's a fallacy. Maybe he does have 2 more seasons in the college game. I guess the question that I want to ask in regards to Dylan Raiola and TJ Lateef is, what style of quarterback would be more conducive to winning games moving into 2026? And I guess in theory, if you're thinking Raiola would still be in college in 2027 as well, is the style that would be more conducive. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about the quarterback. I'm talking about around him, right? Now, I think that a large part of this is going to be answered in the next 2 games. You know, I said this to you on Tuesday. I said this to Schaefer on Wednesday. I think I said it to Austin on Monday. I personally want the answer to be TJ Lateef because I think that you can build an offense around someone like him, and Dana Holgorsen can build an offense around him easier than they have shown an ability to build it around Dylan Raiola. And that is, you're right, 20 games isn't a lot. That's an insanely small sample size. That's not even a month of baseball. But, and I'm going to go past the buzzer, small sample sizes, sadly, are what college football and what football is in general. I want the answer to be TJ Lateef. I think that would be better for the program. I would also admit that I could watch next week and against Iowa and say he is not the answer, and thus you should want to bring back Dylan Raiola. I actually think it's a very complicated discussion. I don't think it's super
absolutely
easy.
is. It absolutely is because, you know, again, he's played 3 of the 4 worst defenses Nebraska's seen this year. And the gap between the best defense he has seen and even the next team above is pretty sizable, right?
Yeah.
According, if you want to, and we've been citing K Ford because, you know, they rank all the teams defensively, and it's not just about yards or it's not just about points. It's about the analytics.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that's I think it's as fair a comparison as you can possibly make. I just here's another thing that we may have to consider. When is Penn State going to throw in the towel? Could it be this week? Could it be next week?
Well, if they win this week, you know, They're 4-6.
But there's going to be guys who are ready to go to the draft who are going to shut her down.
Sure.
Because there's nothing left to prove. And making a bowl really doesn't matter to them anyway, theoretically, because they wouldn't be playing in it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So are you going to get the best that Penn State can offer?
Well, no.
next
The answer
week?
to that is no. This is not early season Penn State. You're
No,
not
it's not. Well, that's obviously a given that they don't have Drew Aller. You know, they've gone through a 6-game losing streak. I mean, it's all come apart for them.
You will get Iowa's best, what Iowa has to offer.
Yes,
though.
you'll get Iowa's best. So I guess what I'm saying is, yes, next week will be a better tell, more than likely, than UCLA.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not going to be Penn State at their peak, or not even close to it. Iowa obviously will be it, and then that's what you're going to have to work off of. You know, when it comes to making a decision. One of the things that was brought up today
on the show with Jack.
yeah,
and Nate.
which was rather interesting, and this is kind of going off to a side now, but Kevin Suits, the sports director at Channel 10 in Lincoln, brought up the whole EJ for Heisman campaign and how it seems to be rather late in the game because the Heisman's going to be given away in less than a month.
Yeah.
And, you know, there was the press conference where he just started citing all of these different stats.
Read
and
2 pages of notes.
And most of them, you know, would not impress most Heisman voters. The idea that Emmett Johnson should be invited to New York is, I mean, it's laughable.
Yeah, like
right?
I
because these aren't running back numbers. Go for yourself. Look at the last 3-4 years of Heisman voting. Look at who the top running back was. Look at their numbers and look how far down the list they were. Ashton Genty obviously is an exception, but Ashton Genty went for 2,600 yards.
Yes.
I mean, it was an enormous number that could not be ignored, and the talents could not be ignored. You don't have that. So, you know, but the theory that Kevin put out was, well, maybe this is an opportunity for Matt Rule to play a little chess while everyone else is playing checkers.
In what way?
By putting that out there, by speaking it into existence, by throwing it out there into the talkosphere. You're getting more people to pay attention to 21 and less people to pay attention to 14.
Man, that's some 4D chess.
Taking a little bit of, just taking a little more heat off of the kid, right? Because that's what they did last week. You know, Matt Rule said, hey, we're going to put it on other guys. Go out there and be better this week for him because he needs your help.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this could be another area where, you know, by doing this, all the attention is going to be on 21, or at least more attention will be on 21, and maybe a little less attention on 14. It was an interesting theory. I don't know if that's true necessarily.
So here's why,
I mean, a good defensive coordinator is going to plan for that.
Yeah.
But just trying to make sure that the talk before the game is centered more around someone else, and thus by proxy takes a little pressure off.
The pressure
as TJ goes into these games, which should be tougher than what he has faced.
Yeah, I mean, the defenses are going to defend Nebraska's offense in whatever way they see fit, not because of a press conference where Rule talks about the running back being an All-American. That said, or a Heisman contender. That said, a good defensive coordinator should try to stop Emmett Johnson. If you stop him, I think the offense gets really, really difficult. It is really, really hard. Like, that's the best thing that TJ Lateef has going for him right now.
Right.
He doesn't just have a solid running back. He has perhaps the best running back in his conference, who is seemingly getting better week after week after week. And I know, you know, John, we spent a lot of time this week talking about Lateef and what he was able to do. But, like, you want to talk about some big-time legacy-type games for Emmett Johnson, especially if you and I are right, and we're watching the end of his career play out. Like, as good as Amir was his last season, sadly, he got hurt. And the end of his year, I mean, go look at the game log. It's really depressing, honestly, because what started out with multiple 200-yard performances in the first half of the season turned into some real rough games in the latter half, and he was never able to really get going. You look at Emmett Johnson, he's got to be the guy against Penn State. He's got to be the guy against Iowa, and especially with the weather being like it could be. And I guess now we're only a week away. We could start looking a little bit at the weather for next Saturday. And I'm guessing, it looks like it might be in the mid-50s, low 30s, or mid-30s. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Let's see what happens by the time we actually get there. And then, of course, who knows what Black Friday is going to bring. This is a chance for him to really finish his career, if it is the end of his career, very, very strong. But if Nebraska's either going to win and if TJ is going to continue to play well, I think a lot of that's going to fall on number 21. I don't think that EJ can, quote-unquote, lead them. He can't win them the game. He's going to need a lot of help from the best player on the offense, and that's Emmett Johnson. Right
well, and also this is where the rubber's really going to meet the road when it comes to the scouts, right? Because he's going to see guys the next two games. Emmett is going to see guys in the next two games that he could end up seeing on Sunday.
Sure.
So it's an opportunity to show off. Okay, we know what he can do against UCLA. We know what he can do against Northwestern. We know all those different things, Maryland, all that stuff.
Yeah, what can he do against these defenses?
What can he do against these defenses who have graduated many, many players to the National Football League? Yeah, you're absolutely right. These are big games, not only for TJ, obviously, to put down tape and to make his case for the future, but it's Emmett's opportunity to put down tape and make the case for his future, presumably at the next level.
Because isn't that like the one thing that's kind of missing right now, if there is anything missing from Emmett Johnson's resume this year? Like, he's, of course, caught a lot of people off guard, a lot of people by surprise, and now he's gotten to this point where people are like, wow, he is this good. The one kind of thing to not end all doubt, because I don't think I have any doubts about him anymore if I did, but the one last thing would be, man, if he can do this against these teams, against these defenses, and in particular, John, that Black Friday game against Iowa, a team that has only lost to Nebraska one time since 2015, you go into Lincoln and you deliver the first home win against Iowa since Nebraska's first year in the conference. And Emmett Johnson is a big reason why. I mean, it changes, again, how we view him moving forward or how we will view him retroactively. And that's the cool part. That's like Kalen agrees. He says, correct, Josh. He's been good with an asterisk. Asterisk is the opponents. I haven't viewed him that way. I think what he did against Northwestern was very impressive. I think what he did, I know USC's not the best defense, but that night, especially once Dylan got hurt, he still had good rushing yardage plays in the second half after he got injured. That, like, I know what he is. But man, John, I mean, if he keeps this rolling and gets it, if he finishes with another 100-yard game this week and then one more next week, like, that's ultra impressive, because it would finish the season with 4 or 5 straight games with 100+. Amir Abdullah sadly wasn't able to do that back in 2014.
No, certainly wasn't. But it sets up for a fascinating week. It's still a fascinating week. I mean, just think about it. We've avoided what could have been a real interesting week.
Oof. Yeah, seriously.
With Penn State coming up. But now it's interesting for different reasons we didn't foresee.
Yes.
And also keep in mind, you're playing for an 8th win.
Yep.
And that, even though it doesn't matter because they don't pick the bowl games linearly, in other words, the 9-win team's going to get a better slot than the 8-win team, then they're going to get the 7-win team. It doesn't necessarily work that way. But you're playing for a better bowl, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Playing for a chance at a better bowl and a more high-profile game, and a place where maybe because of where it's at, what time it's on, what day of the week it's on, might entice those who would think otherwise to go ahead and play, right?
That's a good
Nebraska
point.
really hasn't had an opportunity yet in the what I would call the opt-out era to see someone say, nah, not for me, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But this theoretically could be that first opportunity.
And hey, how about this too? We talked a lot in the offseason. What's a year 3 breakthrough look like? And I think you said, correct me if I'm wrong, 9-3 was the number you needed to see them get to really represent true progress. With a backup quarterback coming in at the end of the year, I mean, you really could suddenly start saying 8-4, and especially if one of those wins is against Iowa. I mean, that is a heck of a way to finish up the season. And I look at every day at our board, and right now we got to cross off Nick's prediction, but we only have 2 predictions crossed off. Dan at 10-2 and Nick at 6-6. Otherwise, every number is still up there, and that's what the next 2 weeks have. They are the difference between a solid 1-game improvement in the regular season to a nice 8-4 to a, oh my gosh, they finally did it, 9-3 year. And the other thing, John, they win next week or against Iowa, and they hit the over for the first time since 2016. So, like, all of that is suddenly at stake in a year that has had ups and downs, and it had the Minnesota loss in particular that really rubbed people, yours truly included, the wrongest of ways possible. But they have a chance to finish with a good taste in their mouth for the first time in a winning season in quite some time. And that, I said it, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago, the second idle week in a year with 2 of them, do not think it could have come at a better time, especially since they beat UCLA. That they got that win, and then they get to continue to get healthy, and that they can maybe lean more into things with TJ Lateef and really figure stuff out before they make their final road trip, and then they come back home for Black Friday. I think it's a really nice spot for this team if they're able to do it.
I said it last week. The break, unfortunately, the break of Dylan's leg, if it was going to come, it probably came at the better time for it to happen, given who you were playing next, given the fact that there was an idle week the following week. And that's not disparaging Iowa, certainly. Penn State, though, because of the circumstances, I mean, if they would have been the Penn State that was promised, we're talking about this in an entirely different way.
Oh, remember that was the not win or won't win game that we had on our list back on the day before the season.
Exactly. So, but it ended up working out as well as it could to maximize what is possible for TJ. Not saying it's going to happen, but of course, wouldn't it be just like Nebraska if the next 2 weeks or next 2 games give us a meh answer, just a
where it's everyone's debating
that it won't be cut and dry. It won't be clear that yes, he is the immediate future. I'm not saying long term, because I want to make that clear as well. These next 2 games aren't going to determine whether TJ Lateef is going to be a success or a failure. It's just going to help to make the determination for next year on which direction they go. He could go out and struggle in these next 2 games, still be the future, and still be okay in 2027, 2028. But yeah, in terms of, just putting out that good tape, man, it came at an opportune time, because now they've got this week to recharge, to reset, get everything lined up, work on a few more things, and go out and put forth as best an effort as you can, given the circumstances.
And I'd add this one more thing too. Like, I'm curious as to how they respond to the good vibes. The last time the vibes were pretty good, I guess twice this year. Yeah. After the non-conference finish, we went into the Michigan game. We know what happened there. They got off to the 2-0 start in October with, the weird game against Michigan State, and then the comeback win against Maryland. And by that point, man, going to that Friday night Minnesota game, and I think a lot of us were like, wow, this is a different program. And instead, they really fall flat on their faces. All right, now people are gassing them up again. We're gassing up certainly the freshman quarterback who looks good.
The gas boys.
We're gassing up the running back who looks like the best running back the program's had in over a decade. Okay, now you're going on the road, and you are right, John. Like, you don't want this season to go by and to really look back and say, wow, you got one of the worst versions of Michigan over the last 5 years. You got, a USC team that is still up and down, though with a chance to finish strong, but certainly, definitively, the worst Penn State team in a full non-COVID season in a decade.
Yep.
You do not want to leave this year and not take advantage of any of that, because I can play
because that's going to feel like a step back.
It will, and you're going to say that is a missed opportunity. I talked to Dirk Chatton earlier this week, and he's like, this season could finish, and it just will feel like a missed opportunity for the program. This could have been a playoff-type team because of just where Michigan is and where Penn State is. And that's the thing. They can't get to the playoff anymore. That's out the door. But you can still salvage the end of the year, and you could end on a 3-game winning streak, and you could get to the best bowl possible because if you're 9-3 Nebraska, they're gonna bump you up to the top of whatever list they have because they know your fan base is gonna travel. Make them do that. Force them to put you in the best spot possible, best spot imaginable by finishing the season strong. They're gonna have a chance next week versus Penn State. They just got to take advantage of it.
Hey, don't forget, it's our final week of 4-quarter pick'em. We picked 10 games straight up. That's right, straight up 10 games. And every weekly winner gets $250 with a shot at that $2,500 grand prize at season's end, which is after week 10.
What?
So we're down to the very finish of all of this. And Josh was nice enough this week to give us the center square on the bingo card, the one that you always X out, because he put the Rams-Seahawks game in there, so you just write in Rams, and you've got an automatic point.
Interesting.
So there you go. Get to 1620thezone.com right now and play 4-quarter pick'em, because after this week, it's all gone.
Gosh, why do you keep doing this to me? I was so excited for football.
Because it's true, Josh. It's true.
You know,
it's
Josh,
all true.
You know the Adam Sandler movie Click?
Yeah.
That movie was about the dangers of wanting to fast forward your life and just get to the next thing and just go and go and go.
But I didn't fast forward. I lived my life.
You start fast forwarding to football season the second it hits March.
I've already started thinking about all the books that I'm going to read when football is over.
True.
All the
That's
books.
so true.
Interesting.
That's so true.
Interesting.
All right, coming up next, we'll do an abbreviated segment of content.
Lovely.
And still to come, our predictions. We have a shocking result in predictions that we will reveal at the bottom of the hour as we count down to Creighton basketball tonight right here on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Is that one of the new bumps you're working on, Nick? It kind of sucks.
It's like a little DJ mix, like a different song and then the content song.
Yeah. If DJ Ass were doing the mix,
Well,
I would believe
Or like
that.
DJ Fart.
I remember DJ Fart. John, that is one of the show on the road bumps, so you know when we come back from break instead of you just hearing silence in Josh's voice.
Good job by you. Hey, a reminder real quick before we get to content. This week's Zone Deal still available, surprisingly, because it's a food one at 1620thezone.com. Backlot Pizza and Kitchen. Go get it now, 1620thezone.com.
All right, let's see how many content questions Nick can get in.
Say, Drake, May, and the Pats won again last night and now sit alone atop the AFC. Are they heading towards a 1 seed? Bonus question. Do you buy them as an actual contender in the conference?
Yeah, you have to buy them as an actual contender in the conference. They've gone on the road and beaten Buffalo. They've gone on the road and beaten Tampa Bay. Now, have they feasted on a bad schedule? Absolutely. Are they still going to feast on a bad schedule? Absolutely. But as far as a contender, yes, they are a contender. Now, do we need to really ask the question, are we back to the days of the AFC, the awful football conference? That's the real question. The awful football conference. Because we all know that the superior football is played in the NFC, particularly NFC West.
More like the
Not
no
so much,
fun conference.
and a little bit in the North, not so much in the East, especially in the South. They're kind of
they're stinky. All right,
but no, seriously, I mean, is this conference actually good?
Well, that was the thing. So I'll take the questions one at a time. Are they heading towards a 1 seed? Obviously they are. Do I buy them as an actual contender? The answer is yes, and here's why. If not them, then whom? Right now, here's the top 7. Who do you trust from this group? Pats, Colts, Broncos, Steelers, Chargers, Bills, Jags. That would be the playoff if it started today.
You missed a team there. Say
Nope,
those again.
they're the 8 seed. Patriots, Colts, Broncos, Steelers. Those are the division champs now.
I didn't hear
Chargers, Bills, Jaguars.
You're missing a team.
The Chiefs aren't in. The Ravens aren't in. So that's the thing. I will say this, though, John. Going back to the schedule thing, dear friend of the Grum, Aaron Schatz on Blue Sky put up this stat.
A skeet.
Their average DVOA opponent would mark the 3rd easiest schedule. Not in 2025, not in the 2020s, not in the 2000s. The 3rd easiest schedule of all time.
Wow.
So,
and his numbers go back to 1980.
Yeah, that's 46 years of history.
Okay, saying of all time and then saying the cutoff is 1980 is a bit silly.
It's a long time.
That sounds like something. It sounds like a Nick fact because to Nick, all time goes back to like 1998.
That's true. So I am going to pick against them in the playoffs, but yes, they are an absolute contender because the AFC. If you can't trust them, then you just can't trust a whole lot of teams.
It's bad.
Go
Bills!
Bad. Come on,
really
Bills.
Bad.
John, we just talked about it. If Nebraska can't do blank this year, then they should fold the program. That's what John Bishop said. I mean, if the Patriots can't win the AFC, you're garbage. This is the year to do it. Or the Bills, rather. Sorry.
Dan Campbell and Dan Quinn are both taking over calling plays in their offense. Campbell and defense, Quinn. Will this work out for the Lions and the Commanders?
Well, Lions did score a lot of points last week against the Commanders, which is funny that it's these guys because they just had a game against each other.
Right.
Let's find out, man. I think this Lions-Eagles game, which we'll get to in predictions in a few moments, is going to let's see what we pick. I think it's going to tell us something about the Lions and what's going on with their offense moving forward. The other team, look, this season is lost for the Commanders. They've had injuries. They've had all sorts of stuff to deal with. It's at the very least interesting. I think it's way more likely, though, to work out for the Lions, but that's because they're a playoff team at this moment in time.
Playoff?
Well, the Lions actually look like the Lions with Dan Campbell calling the plays. The problem with Washington is they are way too injured. They are way too out of their element right now. It is a lost season in Washington. Stop me if you've ever heard that statement before. So you might as well just try something different to see what happens. I'm sure it's not going to be a permanent solution, that Dan Quinn is not going to go back to calling defense full time unless it's to save his job, which I don't think it is, because he did get him into the playoffs last year. They still got a good quarterback who's going to get healthy, and they'll try to reload next year.
Let's finish up on this one quick. Forget about the hoodie. What about the guy who doesn't mind taking his shirt off? Ed Orgeron has been in communication with Arkansas about their head coaching vacancy. That's not all, though. His name is also being linked to Oregon State. Hello?
What?
Oregon State is in the market for a new coach. They need a new coach. Ed Orgeron needs a job. Why wouldn't he be linked with that job?
Well, I mean, yeah. Why would he want to go there?
Because it's beautiful up
Maybe he
in
likes
Oregon.
beavers.
Man,
John, I guarantee you, Ed Orgeron, big fan of beavers. Big fan. Huge fan.
John, like, I know that, we can't imagine the life of a head coach and what is it like to actually live that type of life, but why don't these dudes just take the money and run? Just like go enjoy.
Wait, are you saying Ed Orgeron? You should have, or did you say that about Matt Rule? Matt Rule should just take his money and run. Just forget about it.
I mean, Ed Orgeron
don't coach anymore.
He is older, right? Isn't he older than
a little bit? But,
Ed Orgeron's 64. When I'm 64,
we've seen the man with his shirt off. He looks like a spry young man.
You don't get that reference?
I don't think so.
Okay, John. Did you hear that? Nick doesn't get the when I'm 64. You are up.
Again,
take your up music
began
card
in
away.
1998 for Nick.
Throw that garbage in the trash, Nick. Your music card is gone.
History began in 1998.
Bro, when I'm 64. Oh, my gosh.
It's not ringing any bells right now. I'm sorry.
It's only the most famous band of all time. Yeah, I would understand why that song wouldn't ring any bells for you.
Now, in all seriousness.
I knew that song when I was Nick's age.
You're also Beatles-pilled.
Yeah.
It's the only band you like.
That's not true. Explosions in the Sky.
In all seriousness, the Arkansas job is rather interesting.
That one, yes.
Because he goes back to the SEC. Arkansas and LSU, I believe, will be protected rivals.
Mm-hmm.
When the SEC goes to 9 games.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to see each other every year. Coach O, despite the fact that he got fired, was very popular in Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see him get an opportunity to just see if he can build it. Because he walked into a gold mine
at LSU.
Yeah. He walked into a gold
mine. Then he
mine.
got Joe Burrow.
And they won a national championship, and then it came apart after that. My curiosity about a guy who has always been a great recruiter.
Thank you. Yes.
And remember, he wasn't working in a portal when he was coaching.
Yep.
If that can help turn around Arkansas's fortunes, and if he can be the guy to do it.
You're not allowed to sing. Nick, your homework for tonight, after the show, which finishes in a half hour.
Which album was that off of?
That is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
What's the name of the song?
When I'm 64.
When I'm 64.
It's a really fun. It's a whimsical Paul song.
Yeah.
I love whimsy.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you might actually like it.
It's a fun song.
It's
and then
pretty
he sung
historic
it
to you, but
yeah, he sung it when he turned 64. It's pretty cool. Now
cool.
I'm 64. I think is how he sung it at concerts.
That's fun.
Yeah. He's still playing. He's in his 80s.
Yeah, he's good.
All right, let's get to predictions, John.
Ringo is good. I'm out of here.
I'm wiping the floor with John. Let's get to predictions.
You're not wiping the floor with anything. All right, we'll be back. Predictions coming up next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
These are words that we have not used in a very, very long time. But last week,
oh God,
Grim won the week by a pick, but he still won the week.
I know. Oh,
An 11-8 record.
Oh.
He was the only person who believed in Nebraska.
Unreal.
Plus, we all got the total. We all had the over on the total. But Nick swept both the total and the side. Of course, he had Nebraska plus 1.5. It doesn't matter. But Nick goes 11-8. Josh and I each go 10-9. So now we have a nice even split across the board. I've got 12 more points than Josh. Josh has 12 more points than Nick.
Wow, look at
Josh. Watch your butt.
But the comeback is on Nick Grimm with the best week of last week. And the only person, not only did he believe in the good guys from Lincoln, he was the only person to believe in the good guys from Los Angeles. Nick Grimm, ladies and gentlemen, American hero.
You're welcome.
Enjoy that one beer Friday beer that you got there, Nick. Enjoy it.
Exactly.
It's delicious.
All right. Let's start, as we have the last few weeks, with volleyball. And teams that are crushing it, but quite literally crushing. Creighton is closing their Big East regular season on the road this weekend at Seton Hall at St. John's. Nebraska tonight, late night. It'll be another takeover of an LA venue as they take on UCLA. And then I assume it's USC right after that, correct? They're going to just stay in Los Angeles?
West Coast swing.
So it's West Coast swing, Big Red. The combined sets. So that means you have minimum of 3.
Mm-hmm.
We're going 12.5.
Oh, so we're basically saying,
well, there set it at 13.5 because
half?
I think 13.5 would be a better line, right?
Yeah, that feels
Give us a little bit of room here because famously hasn't lost a set since beat Creighton, and Creighton has only drawn a set in the last, I think, 5 matches, and they did go 3-2 against Marquette. But so we'll go Nebraska Creighton combined sets 13.5. Nick, as last week's winner, will let you
got the
go
box
first. Over or under?
slide over.
I'm going to go with an under. Give me the under. 13 sets is my number for the weekend. For the blue and for the red.
I mean, almost come from Creighton, right? Never going to drop it again. They live.
John.
I'm going to go under.
Jay Bishop.
Big line. Big line. Maryland Eastern Shore, who came into Lincoln and stunned Nebraska by keeping the game within 20.
Friend of the UMES.
Maryland Eastern Shore now tonight will play the Creighton Blue Jays in their Nebraska swing. And the number on this game is Creighton minus 31.5. Minus 31.5. Josh is already shaking his head. Are you going with UMES? By the way,
Sean,
it's not UMES. They do not like being called UMES. You're going to use the initials. It's UMES Eastern Shore. Do not call them UMES.
They will not be a mess tonight, John. They will lose, but they will cover, and Creighton fans will continue to do a little bit of panicking about the state of the basketball team. Give me the artist not known as UMES.
Do you know that this team plays 14 guys?
What?
They play 14 guys. Nobody averages less than 10 minutes. Nobody averages more than 20 minutes a game through 4 games so far. In all my years of doing prep, I've never seen anything like it. I'm taking Creighton.
I will also take Creighton.
John, real quick, do you think, is that depth or is that not knowing who the good players are? I mean, it's early, right? It's November 14th. Yeah, exactly. That's quite the stat.
Well, when you said, I think I thought it was because their baseball team didn't have that many players.
The friend of the slice team.
That's what I said.
Friend of the slice team. That's
Friend of the
right.
slice.
Thank you. We're going with a pick'em. Nebraska at Oklahoma tomorrow night. Stanford Pentagon. I'm going to take Nebraska.
I'll go Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think the bet is to all pick against Nebraska when they could do something good. And so I will pick Oklahoma.
The national winning streak going to end in Pentagon in front of 3,500 Nebraska fans and Nebraska fans only, minus a couple of Oklahoma stragglers.
They lost in this spot ago. They played St. Mary's. It was a good game.
Yeah, it was
Went
St.
down to the
Mary's. They
wire.
were good. They were good.
Yeah,
They were
Oklahoma could be good. Oklahoma has made Final Fours. They've made Final
Buddy
Fours.
Hield ain't walking out that tunnel. Give me the Huskers.
Unless he comes back to support his Sooners.
All right, college football. Michigan. Mine's 11.5 Western. I erroneously said this morning on the Friday Husker tailgate at Tiny Baby Stadium, not realizing they're at Wrigley Field. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see more offense in this game than you saw out of the baseball team in the second half of the season. Northwestern is set special this week.
Of course they are.
I'm taking Northwestern against Michigan. Give me those 11.5 points.
Nick?
It's not the same exact reasons as John. I have a tingle for Northwestern, so give me them.
Bryce Underwood on the road this year, John. 37.5% completion percentage against Oklahoma, 54.5 against Nebraska, 62.5 against USC, 47.1 in the win over Michigan State. He's bad on the road. Give me those points. Northwestern covers. Michigan wins.
See? Sweep.
Congrats to Michigan. Roll 50-2.
Iowa plus 7.5 at USC. I thought I saw this line had changed.
Last I saw it was 6.5. Is it 7.5?
That's what I have. 6.5. 6.5 here. Let's go 6.5.
Dumbass
Iowa plus 6.5 at USC. Josh.
I am going to go with the Trojans. That the month and a half ago, speaking the Wolverines, they came into town and I was like, culture, Michigan, tough, run the ball, and USC wiped the floor with them. I will not say USC will wipe the floor with Iowa, but USC, a tiny bit of extra rest because they played last Friday. They ran the ball very well against that Michigan team, and I think the body blows of that Oregon game. I know that it's going to rain tomorrow, and give me USC.
I don't think the strong Midwestern team is going to let two West Coast teams beat them 2 weeks in a row. Give me Iowa.
I think the rain's going to be a factor. This team, USC, needs pristine conditions to operate properly. I know they're at home, but Iowa's bringing the ugly with them. I'm going to take the Hawkeyes in those points.
We are ugly.
Okay.
Who wins by more this week? It is Oregon against...
They're playing Minnesota tonight.
Or Minnesota. That's right. Oregon, Minnesota tonight. Texas Tech has Baylor.
UCF.
Or UCF. Jeez, I don't know who's playing who. And Ohio State's playing somebody that's bad.
UCLA.
Who wins by more?
Ooh. I'm going to go Texas Tech.
You're going to get Scott?
Yeah.
I'm going Ohio State.
I'm with you, John. I think Oregon's game a little closer tonight. Though the argument that I would myself or to you for that would be they need style points, man, because they have USC and Washington the next couple weeks. But yeah, give me Ohio State. Though it wouldn't surprise me if Nick ends up being right, because we talked Fleming earlier. Holy God, go look at the projection for this game. It is a massacre, and Texas Tech is kicking the crap out of teams now.
Oklahoma is 6 at the Crimson Tide.
Oklahoma.
Wow, I love the confidence. I'm going to ride with Nick on this one. I would not be surprised if the Sooners win. I think Alabama is very good. I do not think that they are national championship. Their weaknesses can be exceeded tomorrow afternoon in this game. People forget Oklahoma beat them last year. Give me the Sooners to cover. Wouldn't be surprised if they pulled the outright up.
I like the fact this is under the number of 7. Roll Tide. Alabama will cover against Oklahoma. Texas plus 6.5 at Georgia. I have been vacillating back and forth. I think Texas has been playing better as of late. Take the Longhorns and the points.
With you, John, I think playing better, and I like Georgia has gotten themselves into a pickle. They keep getting themselves out of it, but I don't know if they can. This game, we saw the numbers today. They're not getting to the quarterback. Give me the Horns.
Go Dogs.
No, just there's Nick. Okay, I like it.
Isn't my fault. I shouldn't have done that.
Lick it.
The game of the week in the Big Ten is because it's on CBS. Penn State.
Oh my
gosh. -7 at Michigan. Yes, we're picking this game, John.
A sickos game. I'm going to go. I mean, what would be more Nebraska? Penn State losing and then Nebraska. But I'm going to say that doesn't happen. Penn State have been playing tough. They get up. They keep their bowl possibility alive. Give me Penn State by 17 points tomorrow.
Wow, okay.
Yes.
You like Penn State cover. Question about Penn State. When are the coming? When's the white towel being thrown? You've got guys NFL draft ready. And what good is it going to do? I'm going to play in a bowl game anyway if Penn State were to move. So what do these actually mean? Out of some more out there, which they probably already have enough of.
Well, you don't think that they could go to a bowl game still? I mean, they win this. They got Nebraska. They got Rutgers.
They could, but the players I'm talking about. Georgia matchup for just a moment and look at a prop. It is Arch Manning versus Gunnar Stockton. Who will have the more passing yards? Georgia's quarterback or Texas's quarterback?
Gunnar.
Yeah, I think I'd like to put Arch Manning in here, but I think he's going to run it more.
Yep.
So we'll make it a
Good
clean
take.
sweep. NFL we go. This game's kind of flying under the radar because of the other two games, especially one that's taking up a lot of the oxygen. But the Bucs, coming off that beating at the hands of New England, are getting 5.5 points against the Bills, who are really reeling after the beating that Nick's team got them last week.
Fins up.
So Nick, Bills minus 5.5 at home against Rams legend Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Give me the Bucks. Also, I was joking. I know Trojans and Spartans weren't even the same historically. I was just wrong.
Yeah, nice. Did you already get an email about it calling you a moron, Nick?
Probably, yeah.
1 or 2.
How about this? Bucks have covered 6 straight after a loss. They are 8-1 after or against the spread after a loss over the last 2 years. 13-4 ATS since acquiring Baker Mayfield. And yet, John, give me the Bills.
All right, I'll take that point from you. Give me the Bucks. The Kansas City Chiefs, 3.5-point favorites at the Denver Broncos, who have not beaten anybody of quality this season. I'm not going to overthink this one. Kansas City, I believe, is the better team. I like Denver's defense, but I don't think I can trust. I mean, the 3.5 is a little enticing because Denver will probably keep it close. But I'm going to roll with the Chiefs.
John, you remember a couple years ago where the Eagles kept getting away with these games against good teams along the way? And we're like, they cannot keep doing this. At a certain point, it's going to come back to haunt them. And then they played the 49ers, and the 49ers ran them off the field. I'm not saying the Chiefs are going to do that on Sunday, but it wouldn't shock me. Give me Kansas City.
Now, John, you might believe that the Chiefs are going to win, but I believe that the Broncos are going to cover at least, if not, maybe win.
Well, speaking of Bo Leave, let's see what you think of Bo Nix and his passing yards. The number is 218.5, Nick. So will it go over or under?
Over.
Under.
I do think it will be a slight over only because they will have to pass. The Eagles and the Eagles and Lions. I'm sorry, we're skipping ahead here. Eagles and Lions. Yes, the Monday night game comes ahead.
Sunday night.
Oh, this is Sunday night.
Yeah, Cowboys Raiders is Monday night. America's waiting all week.
Well,
for
good.
that game.
I'm glad. I'm glad we still don't have ESPN, as far as I know.
Hey,
Lions at Eagles. Lions are plus 2.5.
Eagles.
Screw it. I've got a big enough lead. Give me Detroit.
Oh,
Go, John.
listen to John.
Go, John.
That's right. Go, John is what everybody's going to be yelling when the Seattle Seahawks visit the toughest home atmosphere in the National Football League as they take on the Los Angeles Rams in what is truly America's game of the week that only 10% of America will actually see unless you have Sunday tickets. Seahawks +3.
I think
wrong team's favored.
I think the Seahawks are going to go into that Airbnb and whoop them.
Yeah, they're gonna leave their muddy shoes all over the place, and they're gonna say, "Fine, we'll take that cleaning fee and shove it up your keister."
Yeah,
Seattle wins, best team in the NFL.
I work with idiots, ladies and gentlemen, but you already knew that.
Well, they're not us.
His name,
The Rams.
who are you talking about? Joey?
All
Wow,
that
that's
great
mean.
13 personnel that we're going to see. The National Football League's most valuable player. You got a great defense. Yes, Seattle, you're having a great season. We will meet again, but the first time goes to the good guys. Give me the Los Angeles Rams. And that, my friends, is predictions for this. There's just a couple of weeks left in this round.
Yeah.
I was thinking that at the beginning when you said that Nick and I are 12 apart. I was like, do I still have time to come back? And the answer is pretty much no, because we finished this conference championship weekend.
This ends on
Thanksgiving
Black Friday.
weekend.
Yeah,
oh my
Black
gosh,
Friday.
we only have 2 weeks left of this round of predictions. Sad.
I'm about to Max Verstappen both of you guys.
I don't know what that is. That a threat?
Yes.
Yes.
Has he killed somebody?
Then the next
On the
round
track?
goes from conference championship week through
To
the Super Bowl.
Wow.
All right, we'll wrap it up with what's for dinner coming up next here on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night was Valentino's Pizza.
Oh, bummer.
No, it was good.
I'm sorry.
I hadn't eaten since I had that cookie in the middle of the show yesterday.
Also, was it good or was it just food that you've had for the first time in a while?
It's sustainable.
Yeah. It's nourishment.
I like the mostaccioli with the meat sauce. It's delicious. It was good. As far as tonight, I mean, it'll be whatever is probably leftover Valentino's because I won't be able to get up to the media room with a lot of things to do before the game tonight, especially with this show going right on up to Austin Jacobson and Blue Jay shoot around here in mere moments here on 1620 The Zone. So, yeah, it's whatever's going to be in the fridge. It might be more leftover Valentino's or something else.
Did you eat at the home opener? Did you eat anything in the press room, or were you too busy? That's a bummer. You need one of these. Those 8 o'clock games will be great. You'll play. No,
the 8 o'clock games are terrible. I will gladly sacrifice my plate in the dinner room upstairs to get a game that should start at 7 p.m. Absolutely.
Have you thought about asking like Happer to go up and grab you a plate, or Rob Anderson? You know, maybe they could bring you down to John Walker.
People, Connor's hosting the in stadium event. Rob Anderson's a very busy man. No, I'm good. I'm good. I can wait till I get home.
Okay. If I were there, I would help you, John. Pizza. I'm having pizza tonight as well. We have some leftover pizza. We have some leftover cheese bread. Nice. So I'm going to do that for dinner, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Nice and easy dinner.
Nice. Last night I had air fried French fries with some chicken tendies.
Hell yeah.
Tonight, Martyr Baton. I don't know when I'm out of here. So I'll probably pick up something on the way home. Maybe Taco Bell.
Maybe. Wow, that's a bummer.
That is a bummer.
Delicious Baja Blast.
Well, friends, brace yourselves for what I'm about to tell you.
Winter is coming.
Uh-oh.
Next week is the last regular
full gosh. I hate
football week.
Oh, gross.
Previewing a Nebraska game this season because, of course, the Iowa game is on Black Friday, and it's a short week due to the holiday.
And you'll be
I'll
gone.
in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And no one cares about the bowl game. So next week.
Wrong.
Next week, we will have our regular usual features in their regular usual spot for the last time this football season.
Nick, the pressure is on. You need to make next week the best week of the season. The best guests, the best people to talk to, the best graphics, the best thumbnails, the best bumps. All the phone lines need to be better. When someone drops off, it better drop off the phone. Nick, the pressure is on you next week.
It is funny you mentioned the bumps because I am starting a refresh of our bumps.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
This is
so
incredible.
We're breaking out all the stops for the Super Bowl of the season, Nebraska versus Penn State.
People forget.
Who may or may not
what they're
be
calling
on
it?
What would Penn State's losing streak be if they lost to Michigan State? Would it be
7
in a row?
Yikes.
There's a chance we could be talking about Nebraska playing a team that's lost 7 in a row. Who would have thunk it?
Wow. If that's true, they better not lose.
Imagine when they lose to a team that's lost 7 in a row.
Nick, don't you say that. People will be so sad.
And then losing to Iowa in Iowa City while I'm in the stands. Or
It's not in Iowa
Memorial.
City. It's
in Memorial Stadium while I'm in the stands.
This is like the Spartan Trojan
thing.
from earlier.
Yeah, it's always wrong.
Lincoln is different than Iowa City, Nick. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll wrap things up for the Grum. Stay tuned. Austin Jacobson's warming in the bullpen.
I see him right now.
Hi,
half
Austin.
hour edition of Blue Jay shoot around, and then myself and T-Storm, Taylor Stormberg take over at 6:30. Tip off just after 7 o'clock. Creighton and Maryland Eastern Shore. Do not call them UMES.
UMES.
It is UMES or nothing.
T-Storm is coming.
Have a great weekend, folks. Talk to you in a few here on 1620 The Zone.
Goodbye.
From the Plum Right Time-Saving Traffic Center, that crash on westbound Dodge just before 156th still has a right lane blocked and causing stop-and-go traffic all the way back to 680. Also delays on westbound Dodge from 72nd.